I'd like to call this August 10th, 2022 meeting to order. Everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Does any member of council have a conflict of interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest with regards to any item on the agenda? If so, please state at this time. Mr. Borman?
No.
Mr. Nern?
No.
Mr. Corbett?
No.
Mr. Phillips?
No, sir.
Mr. Hargraves?
No.
All right, moving on. Amendment and approval of the draft agenda. Anyone have anything that needs to be added? Go ahead, sir.
I'd like to add one item, and that is the appointment of a representative to the Coastal Resources Advisory Board.
All right, we'll put that in. If it passes, we'll go in at number 6 on new business, right above the disposition of directives. Does any member of council have any questions regarding this?
No.
All right, is there anything else? Not, do I have a motion to add this to the agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion at all? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on, general council discussion. Does anyone have anything here?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can I just bring
Go
up
ahead, sir.
one thing quickly? Mr. Corbett and I represent the council on the Brunswick County Shoreline Protection Consortium. That's simply a group of coastal communities that get together every couple of months and talk about issues that affect us all. It's nice to talk to other communities along the coast and see what's bothering them, see what their concerns are, and also see what our concerns are and talk things over. It's a nice committee. My last report focused on offshore wind power, and the federal leasing of two large fields for future wind power sites. Those two fields are located off Bald Head Island. Now, what I announced last time is, but from what we know right now, when these are completed, we will not be able to see these from the coast or our beach in Sunset Beach, which was something that we wanted, obviously. Recently, I attended a conference entitled the North Carolina Offshore Wind and Wildlife Solutions Summit. And it had to do, and I went with a representative from the Environmental Resource Committee, Steve Hines, and Shannon Sardomsky, our town planner. The purpose of this conference was to hear from wildlife experts to gain information on how North Carolina wildlife may interact with the offshore windmill development. There's controversy regarding, of course, wildlife and big windmills. We heard from experts on birds and bats and marine mammals, sea turtles, and fish. And finally, we heard from scientists themselves who were experts on the wind energy structures that would be built there and how they could build them to mitigate the dangers of wildlife. In my opinion, and very quickly, offshore wind energy is certainly going to be part of the future. And this get-together between the dialogue between scientists, environmentalists, and those constructing these gigantic wind devices is important for the future success of wind energy. This was a very good conference that hopefully will pave the way for future discussion and cooperation that will support and protect our North Carolina wildlife and at the same time help build our energy resources for the future. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything?
No, sir.
No.
Everybody good? All right, moving on now, our public hearing, installment financing, purchase of land. Do I have a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion before we start? All right, go ahead, Tara.
So this public hearing is regarding the installment financing for the purchase of 4.2 acres located near Cobia Street on Sunset Beach Island. The total amount to be financed will not exceed $1.5 million. Also in the packet are the proposals that we received from the RFP. So it is open to public comment.
It's time the public hearing is open. Does anyone like to speak? If so, please state your name and address, and you would have 3 minutes. Does anyone have anything in regards to this? Go ahead, sir.
Actually, I'm surprised. I thought everybody was going to hear to speak. So my name is Dr. Ronald Cohn. I live at 401 16th Street. I represent about 34 families who are are adjoining that. In keeping with the desire of the city to continue economic development while continuing to offer the highest quality family environment, we realize that people coming to Sunset Beach need an area for recreation, picnicking, as well as bathrooms while on the island. Every adjoining island has green and park space, and you are suggesting the same here. We see this as a good opportunity to stop the use of people's private showers, their places where their children and adults cause themselves to relieve themselves at times that we've heard at meetings, and to locate these facilities. Our main concerns are just five. One, that the traffic pattern be developed when entering the park and exiting, that only be done along Cobia to continue with the existing traffic limitations and protect the children and citizens that are there at the present time. We see the entrance and exit only on Cobia and not on 16th Street unless this is incorporated. It will endanger the residents of 16th Street, North Shore, at least a good portion of North Shore and part of the people on Cobia, and unfairly at their expense. We need assurance that the city will do more to protect these residents who will deal with, who have problems with stormwater runoff at the present time, and continue to maintain the ditches along 16th Street and help the water to run off. We are concerned with that continued development. We hope that if you fund this, that you proceed with parking if you proceed with parking meters, that these funds be used as funds to protect the development of the island and use for development of the island. And the final two things, that you consider including the island residents near this development to sit on a committee that the chairman appoints that will incorporate some of the opinions of the residents who are directly affected. And finally, that no additional tax burden be placed on these residents or those adjoining streets to improve this area that will decrease both the safety or the value of their properties. And with that being said, the group of us do support the development of this because every island around here has a park on the island for the economic development of the community around here. And we do understand, while we would like to keep it green, we do understand this is something that needs to be done, and we do support the spending of that money. Any questions of me? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone in the back room? Check, make sure if there's anybody back there.
Oh, let me do it.
You can go ahead, sir. If you do, just have them come to the door, please. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, this is my first time coming to one of
You'll
these.
state your name and address for the council.
My name is Dennis Law. I'm at 8306 Breakers Trace Court. I can't understand why we need a park on the beach. I came here 11 years ago, love it, came for the beach, and we already have a park right across on the intercoastal. That was done beautifully. I don't see a need. I see more of a need that we take that kind of money and spend it on the parking on the beach. That's the biggest item that you have to almost time your arrival to the beach so that some people are leaving to go to dinner so you can get a parking space so you can go to the beach. I said, the biggest issue we have is parking. I don't understand it's almost like this park is a neighborhood park. It's not for the Sunset Beach residents, in my opinion. It's more of, it's going to be developed in a little area. People coming up from down Sunset Beach to live across the island, they're not going to go to the park. They're coming for the beach. And that's what most people do, is they come to Sunset Beach because it's so beautiful. So I would say I'd be opposed to spending money on that. I'd say we're better off spending that kind of money finally, someday, solving the parking problem on the beach. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Was there anybody in the back room? Anyone else here? All right, members of council, do you have anything? Go ahead, sir.
Rich Serrato, 517 Twisted Oak Lane. I hope everybody can hear me. The purpose of this public hearing is to purchase land for a second park that will be adjacent to two council members sitting on this dais. Until this morning, and also the other reason for this town applied for a grant with DCM. DCM requires a public hearing before any approval of any grant. I don't blame the staff, and I don't blame the mayor. This is a council responsibility. Until this morning, in order to avoid controversy and beacon reporting before this meeting, the second park was cleverly never placed on any previous agenda for collective open meeting discussion. Instead, the council organized promotional gatherings, and we haven't received any feedback. The plat consists of wetlands and marshland, which would increase the cost to erect a park. This park could cost nearly $4 million by the time it's done. And the citizens need citizen beach parking. We're going to expend $4 million potentially, and we need beach parking. That's what the citizens want. But they were denied a choice. Why don't you conduct a survey and ask them, do you want a second park, or would you rather have additional beach parking for our citizens? But you're not going to do it. Because every time that you open the meeting, you ask if there's appearance of conflict of interest. And two of the council members who will benefit from this park say no. This is a kangaroo process. Never ever discussed on any previous agenda. And now you're trying to rush it through on a Wednesday morning at 9 a.m. No longer any evening council meetings. You've done everything to try to cover this up. And all of you should be ashamed of yourself. This is not your money. We have inflation nearly 10%. 10%, and you want to go out and build a park. Business logic, and stop protecting your developer friends. This is a manipulative collusion process. Because you know we don't need a park. You want to bail your developer friends out because it would cost them a lot of money to develop.
I think
And
that's
that
30
was
minutes.
reported in the Beacon by Councilman Mern.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right, now,
I make a motion, we close this public hearing.
do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the council? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up will be a public hearing, Article 6-606C, non-residential lot line setback. Do I have a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion at the start from the council? If not, just, you got anything, sir?
No,
Okay.
no.
If not, Chad, you come on. Lisa, in the meantime, we check and see if anybody back there would want to speak so we can get it, let's keep it forward.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Adjust this microphone back up to high standards here. This is a public hearing to address to amend and modify a text in Article 6, Zoning District, Section 6.06C in the MR3 Zoning District. This would be adding language to 4, existing non-residential structure setback. No setback is required where adjacent to existing non-residential structure or non-residential zoning district. And B, where abutting a street lot line, 1 or 2 family dwelling, multifamily dwelling, or vacant residential zone lot, the side setback shall be at least 12 feet. And we'll open it up for public comment.
Thank you.
All right, in regards to this public hearing, would anybody like to speak? If so, please state your name, address, and step up to the mic. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. My name is Parker Smith. I am owner of 3 businesses in Sea Trail. I have a golf package business. I've also have a vacation rental business where we have 100 condos for rent.
Your address, sir.
I'm sorry, 200 Royal Post Road is the address where we operate out of. and opened House's Place restaurant within the Village Activity Center. So I may have a different perspective as a business owner. I've been in the golf business in the Myrtle Beach area for 18 years. Traveling golfers are really the lifeblood of golf business in the area. My company is the largest provider of golf in the Myrtle Beach area. We are the largest customer of every golf course in the south end of Brunswick County. And we bring golfers from afar here to play. They pay 2 or 3 times at least what locals pay, and that revenue is critical for the success of the golf course. I believe highly in Sea Trail in the area. I've been renting for 4 years. Over those years, it's harder and harder to have people play in Sea Trail based on the degradation of conditions. I mean, golf is very healthy coming out of COVID. It's up exponentially. I also am on the executive board in Myrtle Beach for the chamber representing golf. Year to date through July, revenue is up 38% across the entire beach for golf. We're down with Sea Trail. Every other course in the area, we're up 30 and 40%. You know, for us to get customers to come back, they have to like what they had, and it just simply does not exist at Sea Trail. Golf courses are living, breathing things, require investment, and the investment just has not been made over the past 10 or 15 years into the product. We survey, like a lot of businesses do, what our customers think. I just pulled this morning. We have a publicly available Myrtle Beach golf app. About 25,000 people have downloaded it. You can see what people are saying about the golf courses. Let me read here. June 21st, terrible fairways, very slow greens, maybe the worst course we've ever played in Myrtle Beach in 28 years. June 16th, course was in horrible shape and starter was lackadaisical in his approach to his duties. We'll never play this course again. June 16th, substandard, course was in poor condition. Starter and pro shop operators were indifferent and not helpful. So it goes on. These courses are the worst experience in the area and definitely not representative of what Sunset Beach offers. Lodging is a critical component of things, and we've lost so much lodging. There's no place to stay. There's 80 courses in the area, and it's very competitive. So we absolutely need lodging, short-term lodging in this area for the golf courses and in turn other businesses to be successful. Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Greg Barrett. My wife and I, we live full-time in Sea Trail at 204 Jonesbird Court. We built our home in 2012, just as Sea Trail had entered into bankruptcy. An ominous beginning for sure, but looking back to us, those were the good old days. What followed has been years of neglect as we've witnessed the closing of restaurants, the closing of the convention center, and sadly, the deterioration of the golf courses and clubhouses. In our early years in Sea Trail, we were excited to have our friends and family visit us so we could show off this place we call paradise. Unfortunately, for many years now, we've been embarrassed. Imagine a golf community with no restaurants, closed facilities, and subpar golf courses. The breath of fresh air that Riptide has brought to the community the last couple of years is very noticeable. They are building attractive homes that buyers appear to be very happy with. And importantly, they have worked with the Sea Trail Master Association to assist on a number of community upgrade projects. The renovated chapel gardens, the new entry walls at the 5 entrances, the renovated Maples Activity Center with an elevator that is being completed this month, and already that we've had more than 24 stormwater fixes. I mention these things because I believe they demonstrate to our community that they, Riptide, have a positive vision for the future of Sea Trail, and they are invested in it for the long term. My wife and I support these text amendments. We want restaurants operating within our community. We want amenities like a coffee shop, ice cream parlor, wine bar, and boutiques within Sea Trail. And we think it would be great to walk to these shops or drive a golf cart to meet up with neighbors in an attractive setting. And let's not forget, we want the tax revenue that will be collected at these new commercial establishments within Sunset Beach and not by retailers in surrounding communities, as is the case today. Furthermore, I hope it is not lost on everyone that the text amendments also guarantee that all 3 golf courses will remain and be given the opportunity to thrive. In short, we want to live in a vibrant, forward-thinking community. I fear that if the town council fails to work with Riptide and approve the text amendments that are being considered, that in 10 years' time, in 2032, when my wife and I are approaching or in our 80s, we will look back and see the convention center permanently closed and probably demolished. No restaurants and no investment in the golf courses, driving golfers further and further away. I can't for a minute believe that this is the future our town council will be proud of looking back in 2032. So we ask our town councilors, please advance these text amendments without delay and support the way forward for Sea Trail to achieve its potential and secure the bright future that so many of us believe in. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've done excellent on your 3-minute timing. Right on. You practiced well. Go ahead, ma'am. You done well.
Good morning. My name is Karen Barnhart, and I've lived in Sea Trail for 9.5 years at 338 Sea Trail Drive East. We had high hopes in 2013 and 14 when Mr. Pan bought what was known at that time as Sea Trail Resort, especially after Sea Trail property owners received a letter from Mr. Pan dated October 24th, 2014. Following are a few quotes from that letter. My goal is to increase the competitive advantage of the business and improve the quality of life for all of you. I will continue to make the necessary investments needed to improve the Sea Trail experience. We are developing a master plan for the entire property with goals and objectives to enhance and improve the lifestyle you have come to know at Sea Trail. I believe we can make Sea Trail one of the best golf resorts on the East Coast. Yes, we were hopeful. Fast forward to today. Mr. Pan still owns the property, and these are just a few examples of life at Sea Trail today. The convention center has been closed for 3 or 4 years. Organizations such as the Garden Club and golf leagues have had to scale back or cancel long-standing events because we no longer have a place that seats more than 80 to 90 people. And the building is deteriorating before our eyes. You can't get a beverage or food at the Maples Clubhouse because the restaurant has been closed for several years and that building is deteriorating. You can usually get a beer and a hot dog after golf at Magnolia's, the restaurant at the Jones Bird Clubhouse, but that's about it. Furthermore, I challenge each of you to turn into the east entrance of Sea Trail, and as you approach the Maples Clubhouse, look to your left. You will see dilapidated fencing that is truly an eyesore. An old sofa even sat along there for a while that I suppose someone dumped thinking it was a dump site. Can you imagine what visitors must think when they see that? Then get into a golf cart and go ride the cart paths of the Maples and Bird courses. If you don't have back trouble before you start, most likely you will by the time you're finished. They are an embarrassment. I truly fear that if something doesn't change to turn the deterioration of Sea Trail Golf Club around, and soon, we will be another Briarwood within 3 to 4 years at the most. Please, I'm begging the town council to do whatever you need to do to not only allow, but to encourage revitalization of Sea Trail Golf Club properties. It is such a beautiful place and has so much potential. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning. Whoa. To our town leadership, we appreciate all you do for our town. My name's Roz Dolan, and I live at 627 Eastwood Park Road in Sea Trail. We have been property owners in Sea Trail Golf Resort for almost 20 years. My husband Cliff and I purchased a Sea Trail Champions condo in 2003. We moved here full-time in January of 2013 and built a home in Sea Trail. We love Sunset Beach and we love Sea Trail Golf Resort. We've been waiting for over 15 years for Sea Trail Golf Resort to reach its full potential. Instead, we've watched the closing of the Sea Trail Convention Center, the end of the rental program, which we participated in for 10 years when we lived over in Kansas City, and also the closing of restaurants and amenities within Sea Trail. It's been very frustrating to watch the Sea Trail decline. I have a map of Sea Trail from 2003 when we first purchased our condo, which showed all of the planned development for Sea Trail. Sea Trail was a master planned community since it was first developed and was planned to have single-family homes, condos, townhomes, 3 golf courses, along with restaurants, convention center, village activity center, etc. It was always planned to have a large number of homes and condos which are needed to support 3 golf courses and all of the commercial amenities that were first built into Sea Trail. I'm in favor of supporting and approving the text amendments that will allow additional commercial development and commercial upgrades in Sea Trail. When people retire, they want restaurants, public gathering spaces, grocery stores, shops, all within walking, biking, or even within the use of your golf cart within the community. We just purchased a golf cart, so we're hopeful that we'll be able to drive to all these amenities within Sea Trail without driving our car. It's mine and many others' dream to have Sea Trail be a great community with updated golf courses, as you've heard already, amenities, and a hotel that would work together to serve the homeowners and the visitors to our Sunset Beach. We finally have a developer, Riptide Builders, who lives in Sunset Beach and wants to bring these amenities and commercial businesses back to Sea Trail. Riptide Builders has begun by building high quality, beautiful homes in Sea Trail. We want Riptide Builders to create a new Sea Trail, and we want the town of Sunset Beach to have an expedited process to approve the development agreement and allow Riptide to begin their plan. I am supportive of the Riptide Builders' vision for Sea Trail. I want to see this happen while I'm still young enough to enjoy it. I hope that we, the town of Sunset Beach, Riptide Builders, and the Sea Trail community can work together to help Sea Trail Golf Resort realize its full potential. It'll be a win-win for all of us involved. Approving these text amendments is the beginning for this vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. How are you today? My name is Claire Yoder. I live at 300 Shoreline Drive West in Sunset Beach, right outside of Sea Trail. I've been a resident of the town for the last 8 years, and my home's backyard is the Maples Golf Course. So I'm just a hop, skip, or putt away from Sea Trail. As a town resident, local realtor, and neighbor of Sea Trail, I want to share that I support the thoughtful development opportunities for Sea Trail that have been prepared and shared by Riptide Builders, from the text amendments to the 0 lot line setbacks that are before you today. For many years, as you've heard, Sea Trail has laid dormant from an upkeep standpoint. This neglect has had a negative effect on all 3 golf courses and amenities within the neighborhood. Thankfully, the tide has been turning from an amenity standpoint, and Riptide's visionary leadership has enabled updates and changes to be taken throughout the community and reinvigorate the amenities available. These amenities are used not only daily by the residents of Sea Trail, but they're also a very determining factor as potential residents come and view the community. There are no other communities within the Brunswick Islands corridor that offers those of the caliber that Sea Trail does for the annual price points. Again, this is such a driving factor for potential residents to come and review the neighborhoods at hand and make Sunset Beach their home by living in Sea Trail. One iconic fixture within Sea Trail that has not had the opportunity to be updated and grow with the change of Riptide's leadership is the Convention Center. What a valuable asset that once was and could be, not only for Sea Trail, but the entire Brunswick County community. The great thing is that there are leaders and investors ready, willing, and able to participate and take the time and money to reinvigorate the Convention Center and create what could be a sustainable option and all generations could benefit for years to come. This space can also be a launch pad for other future development from a commercial standpoint. I ask your council to support and pass the text amendments at hand and confirm the lot line setbacks that will allow the Convention Center to be thriving and allow us not just to survive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now go ahead, man.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Candy Fowler, and I live at 1318 Forest Creek Road in Sunset Beach. I've lived in Sea Trail for over 18 years with my husband, Cliff. During those years, I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. A few owners and even a bankruptcy. Never have we had owners with a clear vision and a plan detailing the future of Sea Trail. In fact, we had the opposite, owners that kept the residents in the dark and did little to nothing. Throughout it all, we still love our little paradise, but hope to see it become the shining star it used to be, and even better. Finally, we have hope and an owner that has an amazing vision for the future of Sea Trail, Riptide Builders. For so many years, our community has continued to deteriorate. Restaurants closed, golf courses stumbled, our entranceway started to fall apart, convention center abandoned, and unfortunately, the community showed unnecessary wear and tear due to total neglect. Riptide now has a vision, a master plan, and the funding to bring back a better, stronger resort community that we all have been wishing for years. I fully support Riptide's efforts and urge the council to work with them to improve. Work with them to improve and revitalize our community. I see this as a win-win. Win-win, guys, a win-win. And improve the entire economy of Sunset Beach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Pam Fisher. I live at 604 Deacon Court. We moved here from Michigan to Sea Trail 14 years ago for the weather, the 3 golf courses, and its proximity to the ocean. We enjoyed golf on beautiful, well-maintained courses, pasta night at Brassey's at the Maples, weddings, parties, and fundraisers at the convention center. And we terribly miss all that other than the proximity to the ocean. Your vision for Sea Trail Riptide is so exciting. We are already seeing lovely houses being built, so we know that you share our vision of beauty for this community. We'd love to have our convention center back, where we were able to raise thousands of dollars for charity, excuse me, because we could accommodate over 300 people. We are frequent driving range visitors and would love to hit a bucket of balls, come in for a beer afterwards, and lament about why what happens on the range seems to stay on the range. We would love to have our family visit and put them up in a lodge right here in Sea Trail rather than on blow-up beds in our bonus room. This is our vision too. I'm in total support. So I'm here today not to ask why, but to ask why not.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Julie Chortnoff, and I live at 9109 Ocean Harbor Golf Club Road. My husband and I relocated to the area about 7 years ago now, and the driving force for us coming to Sunset Beach was proximity to the beach and golf. For 20 years, my husband was a part of very large golf groups that came down to the area, and that's how we became aware of Sunset Beach. Unfortunately, they spent most of their time in the Myrtle Beach area because there just wasn't the availability of housing and amenities that would make this an attractive place for them to stay. So we moved down here, and we have family and friends that we would love to come down and be able to take advantage of such amenities. And unfortunately, they can't do that right now. They have expendable income, but they take that expendable income and they go where it's easier for them to spend that. I would love for them to spend that here in our home, in our town. And, you know, approving these text amendments and allowing for the thoughtful commercial development of Sea Trail will make that possible. And it'll make it a better place for residents, for visitors, and make it attractive. And that revenue will stay put here. So, you know, we're fully in support of that. And, you know, selfishly, I would also like, you know, placing close proximity where if my husband encourages me to go out to the golf course, I too can say, you know, after I probably play my 9 holes and then get exhausted and ride the other 9, let's go get a drink. Let's take advantage of something here that makes it a bonus for us. In my daily work, I also deal with people who are relocating to the area. And like my husband and I, they love the Sunset Beach area, but they would love to have the draw of those amenities that, make Sea Trail even more valuable to them, where they can set up home like we did. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dana Conley. I live at 358 Sea Trail Drive East. I am 1 month shy of being a 33-year resident of the town of Sunset Beach, and also 1 month shy of being an employee at Sea Trail for 33 years. From 1989 to 2013, the original owners of Sea Trail had a vision, one that included a mixed-use development that included residential homes, resort-style accommodations, and resort amenities that provided service to the entire community and also supported our 3 championship golf courses. Back in 1989, the resort division was already operational, and the Jones and Bird golf courses were about to open. The rest of what you see now at Sea Trail developed over the years, and at its peak, Sea Trail had over 600 units available for rental on any given day. The attraction to the quaint town of Sunset Beach, the coastal location, our amazing beach, and the golf courses at Sea Trail are what brought thousands of visitors to our area. While we had the rental units able to sleep large numbers of people, we didn't have the meeting space to accommodate that. And that's when the convention center was born in 2000. Sunset Beach and Sea Trail were the chosen premier destinations for golf and groups. We were fortunate to have, I believe, 4 different governors of North Carolina come to Sea Trail, 10 events from North Carolina corporations and associations. What great exposure for our beautiful area. This provided a big boost to the town and its businesses via the occupancy taxes generated and the visitors that were able to support local businesses here at Sunset Beach, not just during the summer, but for a great majority of the year. It brought the community to life. Unfortunately, over time, the number of sleeping units diminished, and I believe, as you, Mr. Smith, noted, there's approximately 100 units now on program at Sea Trail. Due to the inability to provide sleeping arrangements for large groups that wanted to use the convention center was unable to sustain itself and ceased operating at the end of 2018. Every week, I receive calls for people asking for meeting space, weddings, large HOA meetings, and it's really painful to have to turn them away. Having a large meeting venue again in our area can provide a boost not only to the Sea Trail golf courses and the community, but for the town and the businesses in Sunset Beach as well. The ability to have a viable entity reopen the convention center, revitalize the community, provide much needed resources in the community, and as I see it, a paramount success to the golf courses. They need mixed use and commercial entities to support them. And just as the original owners of Sea Trail envisioned and planned for many years, it will need an adjacent hotel or condotel type setup adjacent to the convention center, one which can be controlled and regulated to avoid the mishaps of the past. I'm very proud to be a resident of Sunset Beach, and I'm proud to be an employee of Sea Trail. I believe it can once again achieve the full potential it had, and I look forward to again being part of a viable community. I ask for your support in approving the amendments at hand, and I appreciate it. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak, and thank you for your service to our town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? We'll get you next, sir. Do you have anyone? Was anyone in the back?
Good morning. My name is Steve Miller. I live at 140 Forest Walk. My wife and I have been here for 4 years now. Since moving here, we have witnessed the growth and expansion of our town and the growth of Sea Trail Golf Resort development. We have seen a steady rise in our house values and subsequently a rise in the tax base and the revenue for the town of Sunset Beach. But while we've seen these exciting things happen, we've also experienced our 3 Sea Trail golf courses receive minimum investment from the current owner. While course conditions remain playable, the 3 courses are certainly not what they could or should be. We've seen restaurants close, services reduced, and reported problems go unresolved. We've seen visitors not be able to buy a hamburger and a drink after a round of golf
due to the limited hours of operation from the management of Sea Trail. We've seen buildings stand empty and unused. People have mentioned the Maples Clubhouse and the convention center often this morning. They're prime examples of unused buildings. We have watched as a Chinese billionaire sucks the dollars out of our community and golf resort and sends it overseas. It's time to change this. We have the opportunity with these small proposed modifications to our UDO to spark a rebirth of Sea Trail. The proposed changes offer our community the opportunity for investments in new shops, boutiques, restaurants, a new driving range, and other small and limited but business opportunities, all good and exciting things for the Sea Trail community. I have reviewed these proposed changes and the exciting plans for improvements with quite a number of friends and neighbors within the Sea Trail community. With one exception, they all view these changes as positive and good for Sea Trail, and they hope it happens. We've all been waiting far too long for these approvals, and we all want to enjoy these planned improvements during our lifetime. I believe that the town council with these proposed minor modifications has the opportunity to set a framework in place that will allow for the execution of a well thought out plan that will result in a more prosperous and improved Sea Trail Golf Resort. And that resort will be enjoyed by our full-time and part-time residents, as well as our out-of-town guests and visitors. As a homeowner, as a taxpayer, and as one of the leaders in the community, I ask that you, our representatives on the town council, approve the proposed modifications that the planning board has already approved as soon as possible, and let the true rebirth of Sea Trail begin. Thank you for your time and your efforts, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Hellman. My wife Joyce and I live at 197 Rice Mill Circle. We've been property owners for 22 years, and we've lived permanently in Sea Trail for almost 16 years. We, as other friends and residents of Sea Trail have said, are disappointed in the demise that once was an excellent golf resort. Those of us who have been here as long as we have and longer all miss the wonderful amenities and extras that Sea Trail once provided. We have no real restaurants. The golf course is and continues to be deteriorating. It's a shame, as Parker indicated, to see the reviews of Sea Trail online. For the most part, they're very poor. People won't come back. Others won't even attempt to come after reading these kinds of reviews. I believe that Sea Trail cannot sustain if these types of reviews continue. I believe the plan Riptide proposes will improve Sea Trail to a superior resort, provide increased tourism for the town, provide benefits to those who will invest in the new Sea Trail, and will likely improve the property values of all the owners. We support the text amendments. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Good morning. My name is Mickey Smith, and I live at 123 Forest Walk. I've lived in the Sea Trail community since the 90s, had a house in the Sugar Sands area, and then moved there. My wife and I became permanent in 2012. I don't know of anybody in this room that loves Sea Trails and loves Sunset Beach as much as I do. I'll take a little bet on that. I brag on Sea Trails like you would not believe on that beach. I personally helped 4 people move into the Sea Trail area. I think what Riptide is doing and how the Sea Trail looks right now just is amazing. And I just want it to continue. I love to brag on it, as you can tell, and I would love what Riptide is doing gives me more and more to brag about. I'll give you a real story. I was in the textile business. I bragged on Sea Trail. A friend of mine that owned a yarn company brought 44 golfers down, and they played Sea Trail. This happened a couple years ago. He called me up and he said, "Never will we play Sea Trail again." And I said, "Why?" He said, there's no restaurants. There's nothing there that offers that we can't go somewhere else and find. So what I'm asking you for is anything that you can do to give me more bragging rights. And I think what Riptide is doing will help that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
Good morning. I'm Louis Townsend. My wife and I live at 226 Rice Mill Circle in Sunset Beach. We've had property down there and built, and we've been down in our built structure for about 2.5 years. Very happy about that. As a lot of the people know, especially on the council, I ran against this council because I think they lack the vision that the residents here and have been well spoken. I can't tell you more than they can tell you. But this is a true disaster that we're having. And the lack and the complacency of the council, I think, is very painful to watch. You know, we had folks run and actually try to do a pretty good job to get the message out about how important it is, especially for areas like Sea Trail, especially for areas of increasing revenue to this town and a tax base. We see everybody head to Ocean Isle, to Calabash to eat. That's unnecessary. It can be done here in Sunset Beach and with the vast amount of property at Sea Trail. There are restaurants there that can be placed. There are restaurants that can be open. There are people ready to do this. They're under contract to do this. And I was very interested to hear from Serato this morning because I'd had no idea what that first agenda item was about. But what it tells me is that there are people on this council that want things for them, that benefit them, that don't benefit the rest of this community. Riptide came in here specifically to try to improve this community, Sea Trail, its tax basis, and reestablish this. One last point. You go around Cobblestone right in Sea Trail, 6 houses up for sale. Why? People are aging out. 8, 9 years ago, there was a proposal to have a senior assisted living center and a town center, which did not start up because the council didn't want that done. These people could have aged out to an assisted living center. There could be something here, and everybody is going to reach that point in their lives where you're going to age out. Would you rather age out?
Are you speaking to the crowd or are you addressing?
I'm addressing
Stay
you.
speaking. Go ahead, sir.
So what I'm saying is that we're all going to reach that decision. Where do we want to age out? Here in Sunset Beach that we've invested all this time and money in? Of course, the answer will be yes. So I urge the council to allow Sea Trail to continue in this large investment that you guys will all benefit from, whether you're on the beach, on the island, or on the mainland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello. My name is Dawn Smorowski. I live at 115 Clubhouse Road. I live in a beautiful Riptide home, I'm proud to say, and I'm very happy with the improvements that they have made in our community thus far. After living in Charlotte, North Carolina for over 25 years, my husband and I chose to move to Sea Trail in the Sunset Beach area because of the sense of community and the small coastal town living. In the short amount of time we've lived here, we have noticed a significant decline in the physical appearance and rapid deterioration of the existing Sea Trail commercial buildings. They have become an eyesore to our community. As most of us know, being stagnant in one's way of living and thinking is unhealthy and promotes deterioration and breeds a host of other issues. Change, on the other hand, is good. Growth is good. Smart growth is even better. It's essential to any community, but in a small town, it's the key to its success. With smart growth, town officials control growth, environment, infrastructure, housing, etc. With already existing buildings in Sea Trail that sit vacant, this only makes sense to find a way to repurpose them. And I believe Riptide has been able to put that master plan together to show what they're able to do. The biggest bang to bringing back life to the commercial use of these buildings is the tax revenue base for the town of Sunset Beach. Increased commercial equals increased tax revenue, which provides better services and amenities to the community and its residents. Let's not forget the connectivity of the 54-hole golf course and the upscale boutique lodge/hotel in our community that would also set us apart. This area is rapidly growing, its demographics have changed and continue to change. Its new residents and community members want to support the growth done right. It's a win-win for all. The town residents and its ETJs, we can all enjoy the improvements and reap the benefits that we bring to our community. At the end of the day, I haven't said anything that other folks have already mentioned, but breathing new life to the community is desperately needed. Yes, for some, change is difficult and hard to embrace. It's up to the town council to see how the positives outweigh the concerns. I urge you, each and every one of you, to listen to what the community is asking to support. Sunset Beach is a great place to live, play, and work, and I hope that you approve these text amendments. Thank you for your time and what you do for our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, sir.
You look like I feel.
Wes McDowell, 515 Planters Ridge Drive, Sea Trail, Sunset Beach. I've been here 22 years with either a condominium or a home. I'm just commenting on what I think is good faith. My home, for about 5 years, as more development came near it and behind it, I was getting terrible runoff stormwater to the point where I had to redo my crawl space, to the tune of about $10,000. So I between the HOA and Riptide, we went to about a year and a half of back and forth, sometimes friendly, sometimes a little disagreeable. But I was losing my home, was what was happening, I felt. So in the end, this November, between Riptide and the HOA and help from other residents and a board member and so forth, it got finished to the point now with rain. I don't get it. I don't get it under my home, and it's working. So I consider that a instance of good faith of trying to get something done. So I give credit to Riptide and the HOA. So I say that in the sense of what they plan to do. The good faith that I've seen could also be the good faith that we all see. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, Bob Forrester, 110 Crooked Gully Circle. I'm not here in opposition to reuse or a lot of the comments that have been made by the residents of Sea Trail as far as the conditions and changes that are necessary. I do want to point out that that what you've heard today is all about Sea Trail. What you are entertaining today, which you have to take action on, is an amendment to the zoning ordinance for the MR3 zone district, which includes 2/3 of Sea Trail, Sandpiper Bay, Windfall, Jaguar's Lair, and the Sanctuary. And what you're being asked to do is to adopt this citizen initiated text amendment, which would result, which would, in my opinion, would not be responsible land use regulation. And the text amendment should be denied. The only thing that's before you today for the hearing is the elimination of setback between adjoining commercial buildings. If you adopt the ordinance or the amendment, the proposed amendment, you are amending the entire MR3 district. That would permit separation of all existing non-residential uses without any side yard as a matter of right throughout the MR3 residential district and all those other places that I mentioned. Secondly, this, by the way, is a change in a zoning law. I submit that there's two provisions in your UDO that prohibit you from doing that. One is 204, which basically provides that minimum yard and open spaces requirements of the UDO for each building shall not be encroached upon or considered as meeting the yard or open spaces of another building. And the second section is 205, and these apply to all buildings in Sunset Beach, residential or non-residential. That there's 205A, which provides that only one principal building per lot shall be allowed. I believe that the convention center ought to be repurposed, but if you that presently it's one building on one lot, and to provide separation of that building as an ordinance is in violation of 205, and you cannot vary from that. That's in the ordinance. However, you can. Well, I think the appropriate relief is a variance application, because a variance application is not a change in the zoning ordinance. It's dealing with a specific factual situation where the facts can be taken into consideration. It's not a change in the zoning law. And as part of a variance application, conditions can be imposed particular to responsible conditions, particularly suited to that particular situation. So I submit that the appropriate relief is not an ordinance change. It's going to change all of MR3. It's a variance application. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? No one else in the back room?
One more.
Go ahead, sir. I got a hand. You said that was the only ones that come from the back. Okay.
I don't know why the back row always waits till last for some
Go
reason.
ahead, sir.
Michael Mazel, 290 Crooked Gully Circle. Last evening, an email went out from Riptide to a select group of residents of Sea Trail. It did not go out to the entire community. I received this. It was forwarded by a friend. And consequently, I don't know that council is hearing the complete range of opinions on this issue. I don't personally take a great deal of exception to this, but someone else up here mentioned a letter that residents received from Mr. Pan outlining all the wonderful things that he was going to do, and that kind of fell through. Shortly after Riptide purchased the building lots from Mr. Pan, we received an email from Riptide telling us how the development was going to spare trees and it was going to fit in with the architecture, with the land as it was, and they were going to take care to preserve as many trees as possible. And I remember on Crooked Gully they put orange plastic fencing around this little Charlie Brown Christmas tree with a sign that this was part of their tree conservation program. And I don't know if any of you saw Crooked Gully and Clubhouse once the land was prepped, when that was finished. It looked like my head. There wasn't a tree on it. And so my concern, it's more of a question for the board, for the council, is how can this be protected? How can we be protected from clear cutting for some of this development? I don't take to issue with the plan as a whole. There's a lot to like in it, but I'm particularly concerned. Practice takes precedent over policy. So if it's their policy to leave trees, but they hack them all down, then you have to believe that past performance is going to be an indicator of future performance.
And in addition, the lake behind the current clubhouse, there's going to be a lot going on there. I saw when I looked at the packet, and I saw, in addition to the lodge, high density housing, but I wasn't quite sure what that was. All that's going to impact the lake, and I wonder if an environmental study is required or has been done, because that lake is that's home to a lot of marine life and waterfowl, and all the building that's going on is interfering with the natural habitat, and that would be a concern. So I'm asking two questions. One, what can be done to protect that, and is this the appropriate process to approve a development of this scale? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Last call.
My name's Jack Philibom. I'm at 126 Forest Walk, and everything that I was going to say has already been said, except I want to say something that Mike just said. If you start at one end of Crooked Gully and go all the way to the other end, you will see 3 pine trees in all the lots. 3 pine trees. That's all you'll see. All the trees on Crooked Gully, all the way down. This is on the, if you start on by the Jones number 4 and go that way, not from Clubhouse. It's beyond the left side from Clubhouse. That side, there's only 3 pine trees. What's that tell me? That all those trees were torn down when those houses were built. So if he's worried about all the trees that are torn down, and I just don't understand. I mean, our community is growing. Trees have to be cut down. And I think they spared enough trees to make the community look good as it is. So everything else was said, I agree with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. What's the pleasure of council? Any of y'all have any comments?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, moving on now. Public comments on agenda items only. Go ahead, sir. Just for the record, ma'am, there ain't nothing wrong with hot dogs. I know that's the only thing I've ever eaten. That's pretty good. Go ahead, sir.
How do I follow that? How do I follow that? I was going to start off on a whole different foot, but Bob Tone, 9030 C Lane.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm here to talk about the golf cart issue out on the beach. Okay, and the first thing I want to say is everything that I've heard here this morning is about how everybody loves the amenities. You know, they love to go play golf. They want the restaurants and everything like that. My
Please
thing
speak
is,
into the mic.
oh, I'm sorry. My concern here is the fact that the handicapped people, one of their biggest amenities is to be able to access things like the beach the same way that you and I are. Okay, so that's one of their things. That's their biggest amenity. But the safety issue of the golf carts out on the beach, as far as I'm concerned, is we're making a mountain out of a molehill here. Right? After going over the fire department and police department reports for the summer of 2021, there is not one mention of an incident of a problem or concern with a golf cart on the beach. Not one piece of public documentation at all concerning golf carts or assisting invalids on the beach. Okay? On the matter of the police, on pros and cons, the police not having the manpower to open up the gates, you know, they're pulling them off the duty to do other things. You know, they're being pulled from duty to do while they're doing other things. Is that I thought like either a year ago or 2 years ago that we hired 2 full-time police officers to handle beach parking and problems out on the beach during the season. And so, you know, where are these guys still out there? And is that their main job? Or have they been pulled off to do something else? We even hired, my understanding, a administrative assistant to handle the paperwork that was involved with this. And the person who was having the main problem with this, was told that his vehicle had to be up to snuff. Everything else had to pass inspection, be able to make inspections. Well, the same vehicles that are going out there every day from the fire department to the beach, to patrol the beach, do not have to follow these same guidelines. They would not be able to pass inspections, okay, because they have no running lights in the back of these vehicles. They have no brake lights, they have no running lights, they have no turn signals. So how's it, there seems to be a double standard there. Remember that the police department, fire department, their primary function is public service, the way I see it. If needed, how can assisting a handicapped person not be public service, right? And I would just want, I know Doug is here, he's going to talk. In the 15 years that he's been out there on the beach, how many times has he called town hall except to have the gate open? How many times has he called town hall to ask for assistance to get him out of trouble on the beach in his golf cart? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. All right. Anyone else on public agenda items? Go ahead, sir. Got that mic
Douglas
up.
Hargett. Douglas Hargett, 37th Street, 421 37th Street. Been there 43 years. Bob is right. You're creating a problem that really doesn't exist. He said it's been 15 years. It's actually been 31 years that I've been using a golf cart on the beach. There's never been a problem. There's never been an incident. And you need to understand that the ordinance that you're about to pass, Ordinance 95.03, hopefully going to pass, makes changes, and there's guidelines. Those guidelines will make it so that virtually no one who wants to rent a cart and go onto the beach can do that. One of the things that the chief of police told me to get just last month, because in his opinion this was going to get passed, is one of these. This is connected to one specific cart. You can't move it around. It's also connected to one specific person. You can't have other people driving it. So you have to have a cart that meets all these new specifications. And by the way, mine's never gotten stuck. This latest one's never gotten stuck in 11 years. And it must have this. It must have the specifications. I must be driving it. I must have a permit from the beach, from the town of Sunset Beach. So if the fear, because I'm having to guess what the real reasons behind this is, if the fear is that there's going to be a tsunami of golf carts on the beach, it's just not going to happen. And remember, it's the police who let you on and off the beach. But personally, I would just have code enforcement do it, but they insist that they want to do it. But as far as like a lot of people being out there and it being an issue, it's not going to be an issue. They've written this very cleverly so that that's not the case. There are two people sitting in this room who told me, I've already referenced one, that this is going to get fixed. I hope that's the case. I read in the notes that some of the staff recommend that we don't make any changes and we leave it the way it is, which would make it so that I cannot go onto the beach by myself. But everyone I talked to, two police officers, another staff member who's here, all the all the code enforcement people, they don't have a problem with me. They've come up to me. They reached out to me, not the other way around, and said, we support you. On the pros and cons list, one of the cons is, or not the cons, but you state, we are up to ADA standards. I sat on 2 ADA boards in the early years, and you are not up to ADA standard. And finally, the pros, lifted from your own words, are this will take care of our handicapped residents. So if you vote against this, the opposite must be true. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in regards to agenda item? Lisa, you want to check, see if anybody back there would like to speak? All right. Thank you all. Moving on now to the consent agenda. Our July the 11th, 2022 first regular meeting minutes, the Building Inspections Department June 2022 report, Fire Department, I'm sorry, Public Works Department June 2022 report, Fire Department June 2022 report, Finance Department June 2022 report, Police Department June 2022 report, Planning Department June 2022 report, and the ABC Board Travel and Expense Reimbursement Policy. Does any member of council have any questions in regard to the consent agendas, any of these?
I have one question on the minutes.
Go ahead, sir.
Lisa, did the changes get put in to the minutes? They did. Okay. We need to mention those or just?
You can, that they were just clerical changes.
All right, I'm comfortable with the changes then.
Anyone else? Got any more questions?
Nothing.
All right, do I have a motion that we accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Moving on, our town administrator report, Ms. Lisa Angling, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mayor, if you would release building inspector and public works.
Any of the town staff that needs to go can go back to work,
I
please.
think everybody else has to stay. Okay, just a couple of things for you today. As everyone knows, we have a first disturbance in the Atlantic that is headed for this East Coast. So with us being in our peak season from mid-August to late October, I encourage everyone to be vigilant of the upcoming season. Prepare your evacuation plans, your evacuation routes, develop your emergency communication plan, gather important papers if you plan to evacuate, such as the deed to your property, insurance policies, utility or tax bill listing your physical address if you would need to get back into town limits. And if you are on the island with your property, make sure that you've received your hurricane reentry passes. Those were mailed out a couple of months ago. If you did not receive them, please contact Town Hall. Recycling applications are being mailed this week. You can submit your application via email, and you can make a payment online, or you can mail in a check in your application. Concerts have been a great success this year, thanks in part to Sendai Stevenson, who has done a great job organizing great performers for this year's season. From what I'm hearing, last week's concert was the best yet, and we only have 4 more. This week is Rev On Band. Next week is Chairman of the Board. Week after, North Tower Band. And the last on August 31st will be the Entertainers. Sunset at Sunset is coming up October 1st. The committee is hard at work organizing that event. And this year, that event will actually be held at the town park. So there's a lot of changes coming to the Sunset at Sunset Festival this year. And lastly, I want to announce for Chief Ken Claymore that Sunset Beach Police Department and the Brunswick County Sheriff's Department are doing a public safety awareness and bike rodeo. It will be held either on Wednesday, August 24th or the 31st from 9 to 12 here at Town Hall with an obstacle course, bike safety, police bike demonstrations, and free safety helmets while supplies last. I will be posting their flyer on the website once the date is secured, and you are more than welcome to come by Town Hall and pick one up as well. That's what I got. Any questions?
Any member of council have any questions for Administrator?
No.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Moving on next to our Planning Board UDO rewrite activity report. Go ahead, Mr. Chad.
Good morning again. Last month in July, the Town Planning Board met on the further advancements in the UDO update and audit. I'm happy to say that the audit is officially completed, and we will be moving into articles, specific articles, starting with Article 1, as the Cape Fear Council of Governments has rewritten. I will also state that we are officially on schedule as well. So if y'all have any questions.
Won't have any questions?
No? Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, sir. All right, next up, we go to the old business section, Majestic Oak Property Acquisition DCM Grant Application. Upon receiving council approval in April of 2022 to proceed with the preliminary request for funding for the Majestic Oak property acquisition, several public meetings, including council and community meetings, were held, in which comments and feedback was gathered from the community and general public. The invitation to submit a final application for further consideration in the 2022-2023 Public Beach and Coastal Waterfront Access Grant Cycle was received in June of 2022. McGill and Associates were tasked with preparing the preliminary request and the final application. The application is nearing completion in advance of submittal before September the 19th, 2022. What is the pleasure of council in regards to this agenda item?
One question is, this item, $250,000, does this go against the proposed cost of the park for purchase, or for improvements to be made in the park, or both?
Purchase.
Purchase. Okay, so it would
reduce the 1.5 to 1.25.
Okay.
Also, a quick question. We have also applied for a Part F grant for $500,000, correct?
Correct.
And that's lowered it to 1.5.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So there's two grants we're working on. Okay. Here she comes.
I don't have any other questions.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
Got any
No, I'm
questions?
good.
All right, what's the pleasure of the council in regards to this?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the submittal of the final application to North Carolina Division of Coastal Management, Public Beach and Coastal Waterfront Access Funds for 2022 to 23 cycle for funding consideration in the amount of $250,000.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Do I have any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Before we move on, I gotta raise this chair, John. I feel like I'm down here.
I got mine raised as high as I can.
Drop down at eye level, would you? All right, next up, the resolution authorizing filing app association with LGC. Ms. Tara Drop, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay. The resolution in front of you is something that staff must complete and submit an application with the local government commission in order to be able to move forward with the installment financing to purchase the 4.2 acres of land located near Cobia Street on Sunset Beach Island. The application is due to be submitted by August 19th and will be considered at their September 2022 meeting. The recommendation of staff is to adopt the resolution to authorize the filing of the application for approval of the financing agreement authorized by North Carolina statutes.
What's the pleasure of the council?
I make a motion we adopt as stated.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Having some discussion. Anyone have anything? Nothing? All in favor?
Aye.
Sure. Moving on next, installment financing purchase of 4.28 acres on Sunset Beach Island. Ms. Tara, this is you again. Go ahead.
So in front of you, you have we had put out an RFP and reached out to multiple banks that had been given to us from the LGC, and these are the bids that we received back, and you see a breakdown of what they all are. One of the criteria that I had put into this RFP was no penalty for early payment because of the grant that you all had just voted to move forward with. So with South State Bank, if we go with them, there will be no penalty. So if we have the installment financing that happens first and we need to pay that principal down right away with the grant, there's no penalty. It just automatically will go towards the principal once we send that money to them. So it'll immediately reduce our loan. My recommendation is to go with the lowest interest rate, and that would be the 15-year term semi-annual payments with South State Bank. The interest rate is 3.15%, and with semi-annual payments, there's minimal administration that goes along with that. And we have other loans with them as well, so we have a working relationship.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to this?
I'll make a motion that I recommend that we accept the loan deal from South State Bank.
Do I have a second?
For the 15 years.
For the 15 years, semi-annual, $250,000, or I'm sorry, 200 or $1.5 million loan. Yes, thank you.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Anything? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Tara. Thanks. Next up will be the ordinance amendment Article 606E, MR3 side setbacks. Chad, this is yours.
Good morning again. Thank you, Mayor, Board. In front of you is public hearing and that we scheduled in July to amend and modify Article 6 zoning districts, section 6.06C, in the MR3 mainland multifamily residential district. This is a citizen-initiated text amendment initiated by Riptide Builders, LLC. Riptide Builders has submitted a text amendment to amend Article 6 mainland multifamily residential district, Section 6.06C. Planning staff has had multiple meetings and conversations with Riptide LLC community planner relations staff member Todd Rademacher on a text amendment that would allow a zero lot line provision for existing non-residential structures abutting existing non-residential structures. The Unified Development Ordinance currently does not allow setback requirements for existing non-residential structures. Planning staff has been in conversations with Riptide Builders for a text amendment to allow the zero lot line provision for the existing non-residential structures abutting existing non-residential structures. Setbacks from other entities will be in place when an existing non-residential structure abuts a street lot line, one or two family dwelling, a vacant residential lot, a multifamily structure, a side setback will be required to be minimum 12 feet from the property line. Planning staff has proposed that the staff would be the staff the applicant discussed with town council for the town council to make a decision. In the proposed text amendment, we would be in section 6.06. You would be adding language to as number 4. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval for this for an existing non-residential structure setback. That would read A, no setback is required adjacent to an existing structure, non-residential structure, or non-residential zoning district. B, where abutting a street lot line, one or two family dwelling, multifamily dwelling, vacant residential zone lot, and the side setback shall be 12 feet. In the meeting in July, one of the council members asked me what would be affected, what are the non-residential entities that would be affected by this. I'm going to submit this into the record. That way I can explain it to you.
Thank you. I got it. Thank you, sir.
Before you is a chart that I've come up with based off of GIS and the existing non-residential entities in or in the MR3 zoning district, not just C-Trail, that would be affected by this. Before I go into this, the minimum lot size for subdividing a lot inside the MR3 is 10,000 square feet. So when you go to subdivide a lot, not only does the lot you are wishing to create and the old lot must meet the 10,000 square feet, both lots must meet 10,000 square feet minimum. all the entities that are before you, I'll go from starting from the bottom, going to the top. I'll go through it with acres and lot square footage. So the Riptide Sales Center office sits on 1.01 acres, which is 43,995.6 acres or 6 square feet. The China Way office, 1.48 acres, is 64,468 square feet. The Maples Clubhouse sits on 2.066 acres at 90,604 square feet. The Sanctuary Amenity Site, which does not exist currently, but currently has existing building, approved building plans and a building permit to potentially exist and should be constructed sometime within the next year and a half. So once that is completed, it will be an existing non-residential structure inside the MR3 zoning district. It sits on 2.11 acres at 91,911 square feet. The Pink Palace sits on 2.15 acres at 93,654 square feet. The VAC Center at 2.23 acres at 97,138 square feet. The MAC, 2.5 acres, 108,900 square feet. The Sea Trail Convention Center and the Jonesburg Clubhouse both sit currently at 11.65 acres, 507,474 square feet. And the biggest would be the Sandpiper Clubhouse sitting on 110 acres at 4,813,815.6 square feet. So minimum lot size, but basically what this boils down to, minimum lot size being 10,000 square feet. All these non-residential entities, in theory, when you look at land size, would be affected by this. I know that was one of the questions that was proposed by one of the council members. I'm not a surveyor. I'm not certified and qualified to be a surveyor. There is an additional provision that must meet. So potentially some of these could be knocked out, but again, I'm not a surveyor. And that's where we're abutting a street lot line, 1 or 2 family dwelling, vacant residential zone lot, multifamily structure, and a side setback. It shall be at least 12 feet. So if they were to subdivide any of these, not only would the buildings must meet the criteria in 1 and 2, but they also must meet a minimum of 12 feet on a lot potentially in the rear. Any questions so far?
Any questions from the council?
Chad, what you're saying, I think what you're saying, is that if we approve text amendment 1, that would also apply to not only Jonesbury Clubhouse, but all these other areas, all these other buildings that you just mentioned.
That's correct.
Around the town.
Correct. Now
outside of Sea Trail and inside of Sea Trail.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, and the other thing that needs to be kept in mind is that if a non-residential entity is built, it would then be existing, and then would need to be, what this ordinance would apply to it because it would be an existing non-residential structure.
So then this list here could increase.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
So what we have here is in the MR3 area.
Correct.
Zone district.
Correct.
We have a total of 10 properties that this would apply to.
Correct.
So one of the concerns I think from the council is, how does this not only affect us currently, but going forward in the future, as Tom had you point out, that if someone were to build something going forward in the MR3 zone, which is our largest zoning district, correct?
Correct.
That then it would be an existing structure, so these rules would apply.
Correct.
So I can understand the council's concern with this. However, if you look at it from the aspect of during the entire existence of Sunset Beach in our largest zoning district, we only have 10 properties that this would apply to.
Correct.
And given the limited amount of space going forward within the MR3 zone is what's developable versus what already has been developed, the likelihood of us creating a huge amount of properties to the level of 10, in my mind, the likelihood of that would not be very significant.
Unless property lines were combined to create bigger lots, you would be correct.
What do you mean by that?
Yes. Yeah.
So it's in a state exemption. If you wanted to combine lots, it's a lot of recombination. You have the authority to do that. So if adjacent property owners and, as long as you're wanting the same, lots can be recombined into one lot. So parcels can be combined to create one big parcel.
And that could happen in a residential area?
It's a state exemption, happen anywhere.
Doesn't this apply to just non-residential structures?
The text amendment, yes. The recombination of lot lines, no.
So I share a lot of the concerns with many of the people that have spoken today. We've all seen, I've been in the area maybe 10 years or so. We've all seen Sea Trail have its struggles here and there. I remember when the convention center was open and enjoyed going over there for events and things like that. I think that, we talk about how previous councils were anti-business and such like that. And I believe this council's expressed that we'd like to be more pro-business and try to get people in development into the area. And one thing that in any community will make it look bad is vacant buildings and such like that. And will deter people from moving into the area. So those are just some of my thoughts. I think the majority of council would agree that we'd like to see Sea Trail revitalized. It's just trying to find the right balance of how to do that is where we're all at.
Go ahead, John.
I've also been coming here for a long time and invested in this community since 1995. And one of the big attractions has always been Sea Trail in the Gulf. And I've been to many events that have taken place in the convention center, and I think all of that's great. I think the council strongly support the idea of revitalizing and reinvigorating the convention center as well as the clubhouse and in Sea Trail. The major concern that I have is the potential short and perhaps long-term unintended consequences of changing the UDO in such a way that we kind of lose control over what could happen in the future. As Mr. Forrester pointed out, one solution is to solve this specific issue of the zero line boundary by going through the Board of Adjustment for a variance. Another solution would be to find a way to limit those future unintended consequences by modifying the amendment in such a way that it becomes more precise in terms of limiting this action, this decision to affect primarily the convention center and the clubhouse, which again we strongly support happening. It's a citizen-raised application, so the council cannot make those decisions at the start in terms of what kind of wording and what would be there. So I would be interested in knowing whether the applicant is willing to go through the variance process or come up with some wording ideas of how to preclude the unintended consequences by modifying the words so it would be more applicable just to the convention center and the clubhouse, recognizing there are also some code points that could complicate that process. So I really want to see this to happen, but I'm not sure if we're quite ready at this point in time. But I would welcome the applicant's input on that.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I'll say and then address or answer any other questions by the council. The applicant is here, and we'll be speaking to you, and you can ask any questions directly to him. This is a citizen-initiated text amendment. The variance process or Board of Adjustment is by right an avenue that the applicant does have. If they wish to do so, they would have the right to be able to present a case to the Board of Adjustment if a variance route is wished to be done by the applicant in that case. So, is there any other questions by other?
Yeah, I have a
Mr. Mayor. I want to see the convention center up and running. I have always, well before I was on the council, supported business where previous councils were not at all business friendly. I want to see this work. I want to see it bring tax dollars into the town. A lot of people spoke about the shape of the golf courses. I don't see where this affects the golf courses at all. The only one that can change the golf course is Pan. He owns them. Now, if Riptide or somebody else wants to purchase the golf courses and the clubhouses from Pan for how many millions of dollars, which he's going to take right back to China, then so be it. But this is, I cannot, it's poor planning to change all of MR3 zoning. And I can't, with a clear conscience, vote to do that. That being said, I would make a motion that we deny the text amendment in its entirety. Now, well, if you'll let me finish, I live in Sea Trail.
We know back and forth. You talk. Go ahead and do your talking.
I do want to see the golf courses fixed, and any action we take on this has nothing to do with the golf courses. Maybe at this time. Did you have your chance to speak without being interrupted?
That's enough.
Same people all the time.
Hey, that's enough. You represent all these people. You're supposed to show respect to them. You can't be disrespectful. Yeah. I'm good to you all the time, but there's a level of respect here. And I expect that as how can we be respected if we're not respectful?
We should be respected also.
Well, we are.
And
we are because you voted on
not.
You are on. Go ahead, Tom. If you need to speak, go ahead.
I have a question.
I'm not done.
There's a motion on the.
Chad,
I'll let you.
I want to
finish.
I want to finish this.
Tom, excuse me 1 minute. Let Mr. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I think this needs to go through the variance project with the Board of Adjustments. Again, we have no idea what will happen in the future if we change all of MR3. And the town has worked with Riptide all along. I'm done.
Okay. Now, Tom, go ahead.
Hold on just a second. Lisa, can we continue? There's a motion on the floor.
Did you make a motion, or were you say you would consider? Pardon?
I did make a motion.
He made a motion to stop it. That's basically what I mean. I didn't go through all the wording on it, but he just said to not go for the text amendment. Is there a second on the floor?
Not for me.
No. All right, motion dies.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Borman.
So my question is about the intent here.
Okay.
We've all expressed interest in the revitalization of the conference center. Really can't make comments about the golf courses, although I've heard what the residents have said, and they all feel that the golf courses need to be addressed, but that's not what's at issue here, I don't think. But I'd like to make it clear for myself that the intent that this was brought to us for was to allow for the revitalization of the convention center and allow the separation of the convention center from the clubhouse. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'll let when the applicant gets up here, I'll let him more speak to that. That's the intent from the applicant that has spoken to me. But this is also an intention that will not only affect that parcel of land, but also the other non-residential. Yes.
So that's my question. Why would we create this in such a way that it has such a broad application when the intent was a much more restricted a change that I think we all support? So we've heard from the council members here, I think, that we all support, we'd love to see the conference center come alive again, and we're in full support of that. But the concerns about the broad application of this is what's sort of in question here.
Yeah, one more. Yeah, sorry.
So I'd like to understand why we wrote it in such a way that that the effect will be more than what we originally intended.
Okay. So the answer to that question, I cannot completely answer that question. I can kind of walk you through the process of how this is kind of done, and then I'll bring the applicant up here who can further answer that question.
Okay, then let's do that.
Yeah. So the process of a citizen-initiated text amendment is a citizen or business owner sits down and say, we want to do a text amendment, which they have the right to do so. And they did, not just this one, but two other ones that we will look at doing a scheduled public hearing for today. During that process, staff works with the applicant to hear the text, take the text and facilitate it through the proper process, make sure it's legal when looking at it from a 160D side and a general statute side, to make sure that what the town can implement in its UDO can be legal and can be enforced. And we did that. We went through the the planning board, and then ultimately I told the planning board they had three options. They could either recommend approval of the text amendment to town council, recommend denial of to town council, ultimately table it to bring it back to recommend approval or denial. So that's the process. The intent of the broad aspect of it, I can't really speak to, and why not narrow it down. I can't really speak to, but at this time, if the applicant has a presentation or would like to say something, I'll bring them up.
Chad,
yes, sir.
Can I say something?
Yes, absolutely.
First? Everybody else has spoken. I got to say something here.
Sure.
As all of you know, and you'll know up here, and in the audience, I live in Citro. And I have certainly agreed with many of the comments that have been made here today. I live there, I've seen it, and you might have heard me complain about it at times, I'm not sure. There is no question in my mind, and what these gentlemen have said up here, that everybody is in favor of trying to make this happen. It's that in trying to make it happen, by what the wording was that was given to us by the citizen who put in the text amendment, blows it all up to MR3, and MR3 is the zoning district that the convention center sits on, the golf course clubhouse sits on, and all those areas you heard about earlier. So it not only affects C-Trail, it affects the whole town, the way the text amendment was written as it was given to us. We can't change that. We have to accept it or reject it. he has to change it. So where we are right now is we're agreeing that it'll be great for something to happen here. It'll be great to revitalize the convention center. It'll be a positive development for the town. It'll be positive development for C-Trail, that's for sure. Positive development for town government. But when you get into the picture of the way it was submitted and the wording that was submitted to us, it's all of the town. And like Tom just said, our question continually over the last couple of weeks has been, how can we get this without having the whole town involved? All MR3, all those chart that Chad just gave us, those 10 places where anytime along the line, developer, HOA could take one of those houses or those buildings and could say, we're going to divide this thing. And my biggest thing is we're going to put tattoo parlor here to make some money, and we'll put our little homeowners association part over here. Now, that's crazy. That's what I say. It's crazy. But that's what could be done. And when we talk to people who write this stuff, and we talk to the Council of Governments, they say to us, you're leaving a real open thing here that could happen down the road, 5 years from now, 4 years from now, tomorrow. But how can we make this all happen without affecting all of MR3? That's the question. It's still the question. The wording in the text amendment we've received makes this happen. We're all for trying to do something to the convention center, and we hope moving forward we can work with the developer to make it happen. That's, sometimes you get a text amendment given to you like this, and you got to say, let's talk about it. Let's make it good for both parties, the town, the planning department we have here, our plans for the future, and for the people of C-Trail. So we got to work together, and we may have to compromise a little bit. Now, one thing that's been brought up here is take it to the Board of Adjustment for a variance. If it went to the Board of Adjustment for a variance, MR3 would not be involved. The question is not MR3 at all if it goes to the variance, is can we make an exception, let the clubhouse be divided as they want, and let the developer buy the convention center and do what he wants with it? That's okay, but that goes to the Board of Adjustment. It's called a variance. That's one way of doing it. Takes MR3 out of the picture. That's one avenue. There's other avenues we've talked about that we haven't even talked about with the developer. Should developer buy the whole building and lease the clubhouse back to China Way, or lease the convention center from China Way? There's a lot of things you can do also. But the idea is MR3. You got to understand that. We want to get around that a little bit. How can we do that to make this all happen? That's what it's all about. Okay.
The applicant will also be able to answer any direct questions you have.
Mayor?
Yes,
No
go ahead.
offense, Mr. Rademacher, can we have a 5-minute recess, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
5-minute recess.
Testing.
Testing.
Yeah. All right, everybody's up. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. Go ahead, Mr. Rodemacher.
Just for the record, Todd Rodemacher, Riptide Builders, 279 Clubhouse Road. Along with me is Clint Cogburn. He's our representative, our attorney, who handles a lot of our land use issues in case there's any clarifications that we may need to discuss. Obviously, I appreciate the council's desire and willingness to work on the obvious issue, which is the convention center moving forward. I think there's probably some opportunities to adjust this ordinance in a minor way to allow for its passage. I would mention that, one of those opportunities may be to limit its applicability to buildings that are in existence at the time of adoption of the ordinance, which would limit it to these 10 structures, which may still be more than what you want to do, but certainly is an available option at the time, which would definitely reduce its ability to be broadly used in the future. I would also point out that the MR3 zoning ordinance only allows a specified amount of commercial uses. So tattoo parlors in that regard would never be ever be allowed in any MR3 district, let alone Sea Trail community, to be certain. So I just wanted to make sure I touched on that.
Thanks.
Although I think everybody knew that to begin with. In regard to variances and stuff like that, I'd love to turn it over to Mr. Cogburn and just let him address that more specifically as to what we're dealing with in those regards. If you don't mind, I'll let him comment on that. And then I can answer any questions, or Mr. Cogburn can as well.
Thank you, Todd. Again, just for the record, my name is Clint Cogburn. I'm a land use attorney with the law firm Warden Smith. We do have an office in Wilmington. I'm actually based out of our Asheville office. The address is 82 Patton Avenue, Asheville, North Carolina. I do want to go through some general statements regarding the text amendment that is before you, and then also take some time to address the thorough comments and applicable comments that the members of council have provided. So I want to pay respect to the council by addressing those in full. The text amendment before you, we would submit, is very narrowly tailored. First of all, it applies only to the MR3 district, which is a multifamily district. It applies only to side setbacks. So this doesn't apply to front yard setbacks. It doesn't apply to rear yard setbacks. It is exclusively applicable to side yard setbacks. Additionally, it applies only to non-commercial next to non-commercial. So it would not apply if there's non-commercial adjoining single family, two family structures, duplexes, triplexes, multifamily. It's a very narrow subset within the MR3 district that this would apply to. And again, this is not all setbacks. It is strictly side yard setbacks. Additionally, it would not apply in relation to setbacks next to a street right of way. So the text amendment before you has been worked on considerably to narrow it down. I know that statements have been made about it being citizen initiated, which it has, but that really is a designation that the applicant has initially applied for it. That doesn't mean the applicant has forced it through by any means over the objections of staff. To the contrary, Todd and the team at Riptide has worked and I've been frankly in the background on some of this, but has worked incredibly well with Chad and his staff. And we applaud Chad and planning staffs and town staff's work on this, because it has not been one that has just been pushed forward by Riptide, but has been one that has been worked on in detail with staff. Again, to address some of the comments about council's authority and whether or not this would be consistent with the policy set forth, specifically some of the comments by Mr. Forrester, what I'll submit to you is this is a legislative decision that is well within the authority of the council to make a change to the ordinance. The two specific provisions he mentioned are not applicable, and are not applicable in the sense that he sets forth, specifically because this does not allow for encroachment and does not allow for two principal buildings on a single lot. A zero lot line is still a lot line. It still requires two distinct lots. So you would not have multiple principal buildings on a single lot. It would just, there would not be an appreciable setback there. the town's ordinance already recognizes zero lot lines. It's a defined term, so this is not something new to the ordinance as well. In addressing some of council's comments, so I think that there are some concerns from Councilman Corbett related to unintended consequences, and certainly that is why Riptide, in conjunction with Chad and his staff, have worked very hard to, again, narrowly tailor this. We don't think that there are going to be any unintended consequences here. One, given, as Councilman Phillips highlighted, the very narrow set of properties that this is applicable to date, given the history of the town, as well as the fact that the intent of this is not solely for Sea Trail, although Sea Trail would certainly benefit from this, but is to allow for flexible development on larger parcels that would be reasonable to have this type of commercial development. Zero lot lines are not uncommon in jurisdictions, and what is being proposed here, I would submit, is not uncommon and is not in opposition to the policies of the town. Additionally, Councilman Corbett, I know that you brought up the possibility of a variance, and I'm happy to address that. We certainly, and my client certainly reserves the right to pursue a variance. What I will say is that oftentimes people misapply what a variance actually entails. It is not meant as a catch-all fail-safe to provide relief. It is really supposed to be a narrowly tailored form of relief where the physical parcel does not allow for strict application of the ordinance. So it is not simply one where something may be beneficial and we want to pass it through, but it's in violation. It has very set statutory standards that the Board of Adjustment is required to follow. So a variance, although again we reserve the right if we so choose, and if the council decides to vote this amendment down, we reserve the right to pursue it. From our perspective, it is not the most appropriate vehicle. Second, that is a quasi-judicial proceeding before the Board of Adjustment. That would greatly minimize the public comment available on that type of request. People providing public comment would be required to show standing before the Board of Adjustment to speak on that. Compared to the process that Riptide has gone through, which has been a planning board hearing with public comment before you today from a large subset of your constituents. Frankly, we believe that this is the most appropriate forum. It allows for significant public comment and input on this specific amendment, allows for people who will be impacted by this amendment to speak on it, where the quasi-judicial proceeding is much more limited. And we believe that this is something that should go before the council. You've certainly heard from your constituents and their overwhelming support for this amendment in conjunction with other amendments that will come before the council. So we believe that although to the extent we need to pursue a variance, we may very well do that. We believe that this is the most appropriate forum for us to pursue this. Councilman Nern, you had a few comments here relating to this being poor planning for MR3 and that you don't see where it impacts the golf courses. We believe that this directly implicates the golf courses because the development that this would provide would help to support those courses. It is part of a larger vision, and we certainly understand the need to look at it narrowly, which I discussed previously. But we also think that from a policy standpoint, this is a way to begin supporting those courses because the type of commercial development that is contemplated by this amendment, which again is incredibly narrow, would do just that. So we think that that is something for the council to consider in conjunction with the very narrow aspects of the amendment that we are discussing right now. Just want to make sure I address everybody's comments. Councilman Hargreaves, you talked about kind of this applying all over town and applying to MR3. I'll just kind of refer back to my initial comments where I I respectfully disagree. Again, I think that this is very, very narrowly tailored within MR3. This is not generally applicable throughout MR3, as Chad's presentation provided, but is very, very narrowly tailored. And then for the concern, and I don't mean to kind of beat you over the head with the tattoo parlor comment, but just to speak to that kind of more narrowly, what's important to remember here is MR3 allows for a very small subset of non-commercial uses. It does not allow for an extensive amount of non-commercial uses. So we're not opening the floodgates here to every non-commercial use to have this. MR3 has very, very, very limited non-commercial uses, as you can see in your use table. So when you take all of those factors together, we believe that this amendment is proper. It is narrowly tailored. It would be beneficial not only for the clubhouse and the properties in Sea Trail, but generally across Sunset Beach. It would allow for commercial flexibility for a small subset of parcels that desperately needs it. And I would ask that you listen to what your constituents have said today, that you consider the work that has been put in by Riptide in conjunction with Chad and his staff, and that you pass this text amendment.
So, any members have any questions for Mr. Cogburn?
Thank you.
Go
ahead.
I have one. If in your experience, has other localities, communities passed such an amendment that kind of narrowly focuses in on the impact on the community, such as we're talking about here?
Yes. So what I will say, and I apologize for not mentioning this, because I believe it was a comment from someone on council about whether or not it's proper to pass an amendment that may be focused on a particular parcel or parcels, but is obviously generally applicable under the ordinance. That's oftentimes how text amendments are generated, because especially when it comes from an applicant, is that they have a text amendment in mind for a project or property or properties they wish to develop. And then in conjunction with staff and with council, they obviously make sure that it helps the applicant, but it is also beneficial to the town. We would submit that this does that. Again, certainly Riptide submitted it for reasons related to its development. But again, we would submit that given how narrowly tailored it is, how targeted it is, and that the fact of the matter is that this will help those parcels and provide some greater commercial, or I guess commercial flexibility to those parcels. So we think it's a win-win.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I think Councilman Corbett's question was, has other jurisdictions passed this zero side setback? And if so, can you name those jurisdictions?
So I will say that zero side setbacks are not uncommon. Again, I would point you to your own ordinance that contemplates it with a defined term. Oftentimes you will see those for commercial type uses, where there is just less of a need for a setback in between those types of uses, understandably so, compared to where you want to have setbacks, where you single family home, institutional use, single family home, where you have frankly incompatible uses, where you have a compatibility of uses specifically from a commercial context. The need for a side yard setback specifically is greatly reduced. And so that is reflected in this ordinance, both for the side setback reduction, but also preserving the front, the rear yard setbacks, and then also drilling down to carve out setbacks where a commercial is adjoining multifamily, single family, duplexes, triplexes, and the like. So again, I think that this amendment really strikes that balance with an understanding of the need for some flexibility when you have light commercial uses, but then protecting those residential uses with the side yard setbacks.
I think the direct question was, let's narrow it down, not from the state, but let's take it to Brunswick County. Where has this kind of text amendment been passed, and which jurisdictions?
I do not have that information for the council.
So I think as we're going through this process, sorry to interrupt, sir.
No.
We're looking at this, council's worried about having negative impacts in the MR3 area. So what I would suggest is for the council to consider when they travel and go places and visit places, where do they go? What sort of environment do they go to? What do they see? You know, do you go to a place where you're going shopping at Walmart, or do you go to a place where there's little boutique stores and things like that? So we're looking at the potential negative impacts of this across MR3, which, you know, may or may not happen. That happens with anything we do. There could be potential negative impacts down the road that we don't foresee. However, I think what we should also do is look at some of the positive potential impacts from this in other areas as well. So let's say, you know, when I go to places, I like to go little boutiques, walk-in streets, things like that. It's and get away from the Amazons and the Walmarts and the things of that nature. So even though we have these other 10 properties within our MR3 zone, maybe some of them could benefit from this as well. That they would give them the flexibility, as this gentleman just stated, to be able to have properties that they really don't feel like they can do anything with now and compete with. It would give them the chance to come up with a different business model to make it such that they would be able to benefit in a small town community feel as well. Just something to consider.
May I ask a question? Within those list of those other properties that would fit this narrow requirement, you know, does C-Trail have plans to do any of the subdividing for any of those properties, or is C-Trail sort of making willing to make an assurance to us that it's only the convention center and the clubhouse that will be affected inside C-Trail?
I'll let Todd speak to that, and then I have as well.
I am not aware of any other subdivisions proposed for any structures. Let's see what we have here. Our office, the China Way office, Maples, Pink Palace, Mac, or anything like that. I am not aware of, and nor have I ever heard any discussions of any subdivisions of any of those buildings or properties. You know, the other thing beyond, you know, when you look at zero lot lines, is what does the actual building look like? Our office was mentioned in that list of potential properties. And it just doesn't lend itself to any kind of subdivision. I mean, it's a big open building. You couldn't subdivide it as it stands today anyway, and have to go through a whole building permit process and probably go through some sort of site plan review if you ever wanted to do something like that. So I know that those, you know, while they're on the list, they're not actual potential sites for this subdivision as the buildings sit today. And no, to answer more directly, I have not had any discussions about any other structures on the C-Trail campus.
Thank you.
And I'll note, very much appreciate Chad putting that list together, because I think it's very illustrative, very helpful for everybody, including council. But as Chad noted, that is really just the cap. Right now, there could be some properties within there that also are excluded because of the street setback limitation. Just want to note that, as well as the fact that certain recombinations or subdivisions, some of the subdivisions of which could be subject to review, but those would also be subject to those. I know one comment was made about, could you do that within a residential area? I guess hypothetically, yes, but given again the restrictions related to the residential adjacency for the setback, that to me seems incredibly unlikely. And so those built-in parameters and safeguards, to me, is what reflects a very properly contemplated and put together amendment.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Tom.
So, Todd, you had said that there may be a way to include language that would ensure pre-existing things that are existing now are the things that would be affected by this, and it wouldn't apply to anything that might come up in the future.
Sure.
Which I think would be very helpful in my opinion. The other thing that I have a little hesitation about is the fact that we're thinking about making a change. Don't have a problem with Riptide's intent. I do appreciate what you're saying and that the limited scope, but we're talking about more than what Riptide really owns here.
Certainly. Yeah.
So I have some concerns about that.
Sure.
That we're being asked to rule on something that has impact for some of the other residential communities around here, where they haven't had a chance to really comment on that. We've heard from a lot of the Sea Trail residents here, and I do appreciate their concerns and what they're trying to do, but what you're trying to do in Sea Trail, and I think generally speaking, supportive of that. Just a little worried about the fact that this, like I said earlier, it's got a broader scope than what you're trying to accomplish here, and I worry about that.
Well, and I think one of the things that we could talk about is what can we do to add a simple amendment in there that would limit its scope, and maybe offer a little bit of protection to something else, in the community. And something that we've done in another one of our text amendments that's included in your agenda is potentially tie this to be in only neighborhoods with the 54 holes of golf, and that offers a couple things that limits it in its scope within the MR3 zoning district, as Sea Trail is the only 54 hole golf course in the MR3 zoning district, and also offers a level of protection for the first time to the Maples course that does not exist right now, as Jones and Bird's courses are protected from development by the state stormwater permit that was issued back in the early 90s. It would allow for the Maples course to have a level of protection moving forward, and limit it in scope to the existing commercial structures within the Sea Trail campus, which is probably the most appropriate place for this to be limited to, as Sea Trail is obviously the most unique asset within the community.
Yeah, without trying to actually craft the language here, I think that you understand what we're trying to get to, and I don't know whether 54 holes would limit it just to Sea Trail. I don't know, but what.
And we're certainly open to flexibility. As Todd has mentioned, we want to work with the town. We've done that with Chad. What I'll comment is, obviously the work has narrowed it down to a large amount of Sea Trail properties currently impacted.
Yeah, sure.
And your point is certainly well taken regarding public interest. I would make a note that this has been publicly noticed for planning board. It was publicly noticed for when council initially took it to then hear it today. So people in the community, even outside of Sea Trail, have certainly been put on the notice required under the law. And I would think, given what I think is great diligence and deliberateness by this body in allowing for public comment at multiple stages, that you would have heard from people if they were actually opposed to this, including people if they owned parcels that are outside of Sea Trail, if they didn't want this. So I think their silence, frankly, speaks volumes, and really coupled with the outpouring of support by your constituents, to me, really promotes this amendment for passage.
Well, you may be surprised at the amount of public comment that you do get, and there are certainly certain issues that will bring those comments out, but for a large amount of things that we deal with, we don't get a lot of public comment on things like that. So that's my concern about when you talk about something that has a much broader impact than.
And that is, again, a point well taken. But again, I would reiterate that the proper notice procedures were followed.
No, I understand.
And I certainly am one who supports as much public comment as possible. But again, I think from my perspective, I would submit that people not showing up is less of them not knowing it and probably more of them saying, I'm okay with it, given the amount of publication and notices has been provided.
Go ahead, John. I see your hand shaking. Go
I
ahead.
had a question there. Todd, did I understand you correctly to say that you are willing to work with staff to come up with, refine the language just a bit more to more specifically target it to the convention center and clubhouse? I'm reading some words into here, and take care of our concerns of the potential impact, unintended consequences impact the rest of the community.
We are certainly willing to absolutely work on something. We would love to see something be included in an amendment to an approval today, so we can keep this redevelopment endeavor, all the positive energy, all that kind of good stuff, all the energy that's moving forward, to continue happening. It's an important time. I think like everybody has said, and like we all know, Sea Trails sat there far too long, and it needs to return to being the gem of Sunset Beach. And the sooner we can move down that road, the sooner we can start the reinvestment process and keep that going. I think tying it to the 54 holes of golf and locking it down is a relatively easy thing to do with an amendment right here, in my opinion. And we are certainly 100% open to that. And that really just ties it inside that one little neighborhood, which is, like, everybody here in the audience, for the most part, lives in there. Like most of the folks here you all understand the importance of getting that asset back to life, frankly, and being a shining star within the Sea Trail community. So yeah, yes. Are we open? 100%. Would I love to see something move forward today? 1,000%.
Y'all put your big boy pants on and let's call that thing to a vote. Let's get something done. I mean, we're just talking in circles here. There ain't no sense in it. Let's either vote or wait. One of the two.
So, just to confirm, Ms. Anglin, if we were to approve this with an amendment to limit this to properties with at least 54 holes, we'll be able to do that with an amendment to this text amendment today?
Yes, sir.
Are there any other areas? I mean, we have within our MR3 the Jaguar Lair complex. Is that correct?
Yes.
That has a golf course and does its affiliation with Ocean Ridge and the golf courses there also constitute a meet the 54 hole requirement?
If you look at, and I'm not a land use attorney, but if you look at potentially the landowners in that have deed and amenities to Ocean Ridge that has more than 54 holes of golf, I don't know what that would look like, but to answer the question, potentially, that would be my only.
So you don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
But that would be my
wildest
guess of that.
Todd?
No, Jaguar's Lair is in our ETJ, and it's part of Ocean Ridge.
You could potentially narrow down the 54 holes of golf be located within the town's jurisdiction. Maybe that is a way to ameliorate that concern if that is the concern associated with it.
So what you're bringing up, I don't think that we are in a position to, as a council, without all the appropriate resources, negotiate the change in terminology to make it work at this time. I think, my view is if we really want this to work, we want it to work well. And so, one of the alternatives is to table it and give you time to work with staff to come up with a amenable solution. The other is to kill the amendment right now. The other is to strongly suggest you go into a variance procedure. I mean, the one thing that should not be lost is the council strongly supports doing this, but we don't want to set a precedent. And whoa.
Settle down, please.
But
I don't need to gavel. I can
we have concerns over the impact on the rest of MR3 and the impact on the community, and that's what we're trying to alleviate, in my view.
Todd, you've heard today exactly what John is saying. You've heard that we do have a concern. You've worked with Chad on this. And in my estimation, this is my opinion, this needs just a little more work to ease our minds a little bit about MR3, but still do the job that you want to do. Are you willing to sit down with Chad and hopefully hammer out, or sit down with, we say staff, hopefully hammer out an agreement that we can all live with?
Yes, because I've had the 54-hole conversation with Chad prior to this meeting, and as something that we would offer as an option a couple weeks ago.
But again, what we'd like to do probably with that, this is just me talking, we'd like to do with that is throw that at our attorney. And I think your attorney would respect that. Throw that at our attorney and say, is there any holes in this, or is this good? If he says it's good, but we're close. I think we're close. But I think we've got to get to this point where we both say good and let's go, let's do it. Now, it may take a couple of meetings or something. Our attorney's not here today. Let's face it. One of the big things we need to do, we try to do here, when you bring an attorney, we try to bring our attorney. And when we get called at 5 o'clock last night and say, whoop, we're bringing an attorney, of course, our attorney couldn't be here. And I wish he could have. We might be able to move forward a little faster. But we've got to go with him on something like 54 holes, and we got to say, hey, research this, make sure we're good on this. And anything we decide upon here, we probably want to pass it by our attorney, and your attorney would respect this, I think, want to say, is this okay for the MR3 or not? We want to be secure. I think these people want an answer. I want an answer, but we're close.
Well, I respectfully agree and understand what you're saying. Unfortunately, I think there's other things other than ordinance amendments that are at play. I think there's financial concerns. There's money that is ready to be invested immediately, considerable amounts of money to be invested immediately, which under today's economic situation is a reality when you're dealing with this type of investment structure. So that's why time is of the essence. And I know you'll hear that at numerous public hearings, because I've heard that myself with 21 years in local government. But it is a reality. Time is money, as they say. It is important to move things forward. I think, the project itself has sat around for really out of no fault of anybody who's here of their own, but it has sat around, and it's truly ready to be reinvested in. And there are factors beyond government factors that come into play that are really crucial to the timing of some of these decisions. I personally, in my experience, do not see a negative impact if you limit it to 54 holes of golf within the town limits, as something that at that point in time, you're no longer negatively impacting anybody perceptually outside of Sea Trail. You're 100% focused inside of Sea Trail. You're allowing reinvestment to begin post haste, and you're returning something that has a past as a center of, how do I put this? Information, conventions, food and beverage service, and those things, entertainment, assets to the community, assets to property values in our area. I mean, it keeps on growing. It goes from there. That convention center was put there and added to that project to enhance the golf courses, to provide players to the golf courses, to provide folks who will in turn reinvest into Sunset Beach, who will buy homes within Sea Trail, who will bring their friends, bring their families, tell a business associate that they need to come to Sea Trail and reinvest. We are perfectly accepting of 54 holes of golf inside the town limits of Sunset Beach as being a caveat to the ability to do a zero lot line setback. And it, like I said before, it'd be the first time that anything would actually be legally on record that ties that Maples course to having the ability to be open again. And there are a lot of things at play right now that are moving the golf courses in a better direction. While we don't have it, we are looking at those opportunities to work with the current ownership of the golf courses to ensure that the standard of the courses gets increased. And this is a big part of that plan. And folks are here. That's why Mr. Parker Smith left early, because there are folks who were originally involved with the design of the original golf courses who are here on site right now, looking at those and looking at opportunities to move those projects forward. So it's really not a joke. It's not a bluff or anything like that when I say things are moving forward. Time is of the essence, and it is critical to actually make these decisions to make sure that Sea Trail stays the active lifestyle community that it is and returns to its glory of being the gem inside Sunset Beach that it always was meant to be.
I have a question for Chad. This limiting to 54 holes, doesn't Sandpiper have 54 holes of golf?
36.
No. 27.
27.
27.
27.
So,
Mr. Nerd,
so-
Mr. Nerd, no, sir, it does not.
Thank you. Real quick as well, we have 10 properties that have the potential for this to be applicable to. And the Jaguars lair issue outstanding, if that would only narrow it down to 2 issues or 2 properties, then again, this is 10 properties throughout the entire creation of Sunset Beach this would even apply to this point. That being said, that to me, considering the amount of properties we have, is not a significant amount. So to counter Mr. Nern's proposal, I'd propose that we accept the text amendments for the MR3 zone.
Do I have a second?
Was that a proposal?
That was a motion. He just made a motion.
Was it a motion?
Yes, sorry. If I didn't say motion, I say motion. I'd make a motion that we accept the MR3 text amendments.
With no consideration of the 54 holes or acreage or anything like?
If you then with the consideration of the 54 hole requirement.
Do I have a second?
54 holes within town limits.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
The motion on the floor is to accept the text amendment within the 54 holes inside town limits. Do I have a second in that?
I'll second it.
Any more discussion? All right, all in favor?
Mayor.
Aye.
Mayor.
Wait,
Go ahead,
wait,
go ahead,
one second.
go ahead. Correct wording. You're saying it needs to be correct wording before they go any further. We'll let Chad, since he's the planning man, get the correct wording. Go ahead, Chad, with the correct wording if you can, please. If you need a second, go ahead and take it.
Mr. Mayor, we just
Yes.
recommend that you remove the within town limits restriction to the 54 golf holes.
Why?
Because we're not sure that that aspect would be legal.
Maybe that's why we should run this by our attorney. You would rather, I mean, if people would rather have us do something illegal, I can't see it.
We're not saying that it is illegal. We're just saying that it would be cleaner if you would remove the within town limits stipulation from the 54 golf hole.
How much more?
But just leave the 54 holes in there.
Correct. Allowable in neighborhoods with 54 holes of golf.
Outside our jurisdiction that we have now, unless something changes and we get more land put in our town, where is there a place to even put 54 holes? Or what's the chances of Sea Trail tearing out or Sandpiper, tearing out their houses and building another 27 holes?
Well, Sandpiper Bay has the most acreage with 110 acres. I don't know how many acres it takes to put a golf course on, but
that would still just limit it to 2 properties.
that's correct.
So would you repeat one more time how paragraph
I
E,
can-
minimum required size,
I can do
paragraph
that.
4?
I can do that.
Okay.
Paragraph 4, if what it would do is existing non-residential structure setback A, no setback is required where adjacent to an existing non-residential structure or non-residential zoning district. B, where abutting a street lot line, 1 or 2 family dwelling, multifamily dwelling, or vacant residential zone lot. The side setback shall be at least 12 feet. C, and this is where the new ordinance was, and I'm drawing this from the residential uses text amendment that's coming before you in a few minutes. And that is allowable in neighborhoods with 54 holes of golf. The question I have is, obviously that language is legal. I've verified that. When you limit it to allowable in 54 holes of golf inside the town limits, I don't know if that's legal via 160D or not. So that's my question that I asked Lisa, and to move forward. So I think I think the applicant is agreeable to allow the 54 holes of golf in there. I think they're also allowable to add inside town limits. The problem is making sure we are legal and make sure we don't put anything in the UDO that is not compatible with General Statute 160D. The inside town limits is the question I would need more time to not only and do more research on.
Let me ask you this. If they pass this today, and until I sign it, it's no good, right?
Unless you put a different effective date
That's what I'm
on it.
saying, but I mean, like, if you reach out to Grady tomorrow and find out about the town, or if y'all back them, until I sign the document, it don't go in effect.
It goes into effect immediately unless you put an effective date in advance.
I'd be agreeable with an effective date until you can get a hold of Grady and see what he says.
Ken, a different way is we approve this allowable in neighborhoods with 54 holes of golf within the town limits. And if it's determined by the lawyer that it can't do that, we just change it down to 54 holes and leave off the town limits.
Lisa, how
Can
does
we
that-
approve that and leave the flexibility
So
to
my
get that
question to
decision?
that is procedurally, how do we do that? Because at that point that would be signed, and to be able to do that, would we then have to go back through the planning board process to amend a text, to amend the text?
Yes.
Okay.
We would have to go back through the entire process because it's land use.
Then just do 54 holes and leave the town limits out of it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then if we determine down the road if we want to add that or can add that, we can always add that as a quick text amendment because that'll be council initiated versus citizen initiated.
Correct.
Well, could you say that into the mic, please?
Yes, and I think Councilman Phillips and Councilman Corbett, you hit on something good, is that if council wishes to then add that language after discussions with council down the line, can certainly do that. Council can initiate it. And Todd, unless you tell me otherwise, I'm fairly confident that Riptide would come and support that as well and have no issue with it.
We would definitely support that.
So could Mr. Lawyer, could you explain exactly what the point you're making now? That
he's saying that
so it would be on record.
So, yeah.
Yes, I'm saying that if down the line council wishes to add additional qualification to that, specifically the one that is being
within town limits.
Essentially saying it attaches to 54 holes of golf, those 54 holes of golf being within town limits. If council decided to do that down the line at its discretion, my client would be willing to support that at that.
Okay, so I understand that. So if we go back and we go to our attorney, and our attorney says positive, negative, I don't know what he's going to say, I have no idea. What if he says negative to something?
So we would submit that the 54 holes of golf addresses the concerns of this council in and of itself. And that is why we believe that, and I think Councilman Corbett, Councilman Phillips have hit on this, that again, it continues the narrowly tailored nature of the amendment. What I'm saying though is if 3 months from now or 6 months from now or 12 months from now or what have you, if council says we want to revisit this and add that language related to 54 holes of golf within the town limits, that is something my client would certainly come back. And I can't make an absolute guarantee because circumstances may change, but as of right now, I do not see that being an issue.
I would still feel more comfortable Lisa, how long would it take to get Grady's opinion on this? I mean, he's got a busy law practice. I'd like to say a week, but.
With that being said, there's a motion and a second on the floor. I'm calling for a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Aye. Move on. Next up, the consideration ordinance 95. Next up is consideration ordinance 9503 vehicle on the Strand. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Corbett, this is yours.
Uh, 69. Go. Can we bring the police fire chief in? Am I here? Me the Brittany? How's that? Working better? Okay. Right. Okay, sir. Yeah. All right. In the consideration ordinance 95.03 vehicle on a strand, which was prohibited, the council, following recommendations of staff, prohibited this several months back. We've had lots of interest, lots of concern, and so staff was requested to revisit the ordinance prohibiting the vehicles. Chief Clammer contacted several individuals and area rental business to businesses to determine if types of vehicles could traverse the beach strand. And from the information gathered, the staff drafted the following language, which is in the report. Do I need to read all of this?
I don't think so. It was out ahead of time, so.
The language is out there that describes conditions under which a golf cart could be modified, areas that they could go to, where they could have access, and determinations of requirements to register and register the vehicles and get a permit from the town. In the review process, that involves some council members, myself among them, and police, fire department, and staff, it came up a list of pros and cons and other considerations to be discussed or looked at. The fire department, police department, public works, and administration staff have all reviewed the past ordinance allowing golf carts on the beach strand. The staff recommendation made on December 14th, which is to no longer allow golf carts on the strand due to public safety concerns and emergency responsivenesses. And the staff recommendation is prohibiting golf carts on the stand remain unchanged. So the item at hand here is to discuss, do we want to stay with this, or does the council want to override staff, police, fire department recommendations and permit the golf carts to come back on? And again, I'll point out that the council decision back in December was based very strongly on the inputs from police and fire department, as well as some deep public works conditions in there. The one question I would ask is a concern that was raised in public comments, that over a large number of years, there have been no reported incidents with handicapped golf carts.
Being stuck or
or handled. And I'm not in a place to comment on that. So I open it up for discussion of the council members. What are your desires, your preferences, and your considerations?
My concerns under the cons are 5 and 6. I don't want to open the town up to lawsuits, and I don't know whether Rodeo has been consulted about that part.
No, sir.
And for either the chiefs, it wasn't just the matter of them getting stuck. Weren't there instances of non-handicapped people using a handicapped golf cart?
Yes, sir. That is the report that you heard in December.
Okay. How do we allow golf carts and stop that?
So you're saying that there was a golf cart that had a handicap registration that was being used by someone that wasn't handicapped? Is that correct?
There were over 80 golf cart permits issued last year. And what you heard during the report in December was that there were people that were handicapped that did receive the permit. However, they were allowing non-handicapped individuals to use those golf carts on the strand. Not only were they weren't using it to go from point A to point B, they were riding up and down, causing safety issues with pedestrians, sunbathers, swimmers, making it an unsafe condition, in addition to getting stuck in the emergency access lane to where our fire department, was then pulling people out with our vehicles, which are not equipped as tow trucks, nor will you have a tow truck that will be able to go on the island to remove a golf cart. And God forbid, if something were to happen with one of those incidences happen and it be high tide, we would not be able to perform our emergency duties responsibly.
Sorry.
So as the staff report states, our recommendation that you all heard in December and was approved to prohibit golf carts on the Strand remains unchanged.
So, but just so I'm clear with what you just said, these were golf carts that had not been modified as was suggested here.
Correct.
Okay.
I have just a comment. I did a little bit of research on this over the past couple of weeks. And as Lisa had just said, I think the total official was 81 permits were issued last year. And that had steadily gone up, I guess, over the years. But 81 permits were issued last year. And our safety patrol, fire chief, and assistant chiefs are all responsible for those, basically all responsible for those golf carts on the beach. We certainly don't have police on the beach very much. That's for sure. They're not stationed there very much. They're not asked to be there very much. So the responsibility for taking care of those last year primarily was with the safety patrol, the fire chief, and the assistant chiefs. Their job, and I know they, as Doug said, they had to call the police to get on and get off, but yet I know your beach patrol let them on and off at times, and I know you did let them off at times, on and off at times. So that obviously takes time in doing that. But I was disheartened by the number of times these golf carts got stuck on the beach and how much time you had to give, or your safety patrol had to give, to getting them out, digging them out, pulling them out, whatever. I was on the beach last Sunday. I was there for probably an hour and a half. During that time, a beach patrol four-wheeler got stuck twice, and the chief had to pull her out twice. So I'm saying, my gosh, and he had to hook up and pull her out. He took off, she got stuck again because of the sand, the type of sand that we have this time of year. So obviously, to me, this takes an amount of time away from what I think the beach patrol should be primarily doing, and that's safety of our citizens on the beach. And I watched, Sunday cart being pulled out the four-wheeler. And meantime, everybody's paying attention to that. No one's watching the water. And I think the major job of our beach patrol is to be dealing with safety issues around the water for our people. And this kind of stuff takes time away from that. I don't like that. I just don't like it. My comments.
When Bob Cohn spoke before about this, he asked about the two officers that we hired, mainly to be on the island. He also mentioned that our four-wheelers are not properly equipped, or equipped the same way these who require the golf carts to be. Is that true or not?
It's a very good question, Mr. Nern. There's an exemption. There's two exemptions in the North Carolina General Statute that allow public safety and government employees, such as Public Works, Fire Department, to be able to operate utility vehicles as we do without the necessary safety equipment or licensing. There's an exemption in the North Carolina General Statute. We do still have the two police officers that the council gave to us last year that were designated for the island for parking enforcement. So yes, they are there. And yes, they could open up the gate, and they do. Sometimes if they're tied up, if there's an extended wait time, I know that the fire chief has mentioned to me that persons in the carts will wave their arms and try to flag down the beach patrollers, which again takes them from the water, takes them from their safety responsibilities to open the gate. If it's one or two, that's not I don't think anybody would argue that that's too much. But if it's over 80, it can be excessive at times. And same thing, if our officers, they'll call us, they'll say, we're heading to the gate. So sometimes we show up at the gate and they're not there. 5-10 minutes later, they show up, we let them on the beach. So better coordinate that if there was a better system, but currently there's not one. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
What if you would
Sure.
stay up there, please, Chief? You know, the revision that got put into place or proposed for modifications that are required to be on the golf carts, as well as the handicap license plate and procedures. Looking at it right now, would, in my estimation, there's a community of one vehicle that would meet the requirements that exist right now.
We don't know that for a fact. There could be additionals out there.
There
that
could
need
be,
it.
yes, but I would take, you know, so the question is, the range is probably not that many.
There's not 80, is what you're saying. There's not 80 of them like that.
There's not 80 of them out there. And the permitting controls that you have proposed in this requirement are pretty stringent in terms of the handicap designation, the driver being affiliated with the vehicle, the additional requirement to get a permit from the town. One of my concerns is, you know, in a rough estimate, pulled way out of the air, is that these modifications probably cost $2,000 to $3,000 overall to make. So we pass this year, and that gives people a year to come back and make modifications. And I would argue that there are a fair number of people in our community and visiting our community that would be willing to spend that much money to modify, so that in future years the number of vehicles could increase. And one of the things I'd be concerned with is if we find out in a year or two that we're getting too many of these vehicles and they're causing problems, and then we change it again, you know, just changing policy over and over again is one slap in the face for the council, if you will, but also if it's the increased costs that citizens make to then turn around and say, okay, you made those modifications, we decided this doesn't work. That's also not good for the town. But that's hypothetical in the future, you know, what we're dealing with. So I think one of the questions is really how big of a negative impact is the limited number of modified golf carts on the beach. How big of an impact is it on the operations of the police department, the operations of the fire department, or operations of the beach patrol? And I guess that's the question.
I'll only speak for the police department. I'll defer to the fire chief for obviously the fire department and anything sand related. There are a number of modified golf carts throughout Sunset Beach that we see all the time. And until recently, even Mr. Hargett has a modified vehicle, but did not have the handicap license plate affixed to it. I know that he has that plate in his possession now. There could be other folks throughout town that are in a similar circumstance that would just have to go through the DMV process to obtain the license plate. The impact of how many carts that would be, it's difficult to say how many it could be. What this does limit is the way that this ordinance is worded. The plate has to be issued to the person requesting access. So if Ken Claymar owns Ken Claymar's golf cart rentals, and I decide, well, I'm just going to license 25 carts in my name and modify them and put handicap plates on those, The DMV would do it for me, but according to this ordinance, I could be issued one permit, and I have to be on the cart in order to get on the sand with that permit. So my 25 carts would be useless unless I want to drive them individual days of the month. As far as the fire department goes, the impact there, I'll defer to the fire chief.
Can I
Okay,
ask
so, okay.
Sure.
You said that there are a number of modified golf carts.
There are.
Modified like this, or just with like fancy wheels or paint jobs, or
I know that they're modified. As far as the 3-inch overstock height, 13-inch tires or greater, I don't know.
okay.
But I know just in my visual observations of what's around town, there are several that
I see.
that are modified. Whether or not those folks have any desire to take that cart on the Strand is another story. There's the professionals that I talk to that are in the golf cart business say that is the worst thing you can do to a golf cart is take it on the sand and expose it to the gritty sand and the salt water. But then again, if you're in a position and that's what you choose to do, then
Gotcha.
But this rule wouldn't be opening up just for anybody though. According to this, they would have to be legitimately handicapped and would have to have the handicap sign, not just somebody's got a cart jacked up like some of these people out here, right?
correct, because the DMV would have to verify that they're eligible for a permanent handicap license plate. So I have a knee surgery next month, and I have a temporary handicap placard for 3 months.
That would
the
apply.
DMV is not issuing me a permanent disabled license plate.
So I think when this all started, a lot of the council's concerns were people who were not truly handicapped who were trying to take advantage of it, and then we essentially have be known for that, and people would continue to take more and more advantage of it, yada yada yada. So I feel that with these changes and the revisions made to this statute, I think that the fact that it's a permanent handicap registration plate registered to a specific person would limit the amount of people who would be able to take advantage of this. And I think that's the main point that we were all trying to do, was stop people taking advantage of it and not to limit handicapped people on the beach. That being said, I'd like to make a motion that we approve Ordinance 9503, Vehicle on the Strand, prohibited, the drafted version.
Do I have a second?
Can we hear from the fire chief?
Yeah,
first?
definitely. Definitely. He's dressed up to come speak. Go ahead. You want to talk?
Mr. Huggett said that that in all the time that he's had his modified golf cart, that he hasn't had a problem where he's gotten stuck and had to be pulled off the beach. Is that consistent with your understanding?
I don't know of any instance. I can quite frankly take his word for that. I don't recall that, but there's also been other statements made earlier this morning about no instances of issues, and I think I spoke fairly in depth the end of last fall about this. One gentleman this morning saying there hasn't been any instances of issues with golf carts. That's totally inaccurate. If he'd like to see documentation, he can come to my office.
Okay.
It's a challenge. I can tell you since the end of June, I'm not sure a golf cart can make it down the Strand. I've pulled out top 4-wheel drive Tahoes, pickup trucks. Mr. Hargraves caught me Sunday pulling out a UTV. My position on the topic, for the reasons I mentioned at the end of last year, is unchanged. But whatever council would like to do legislatively, we'll support and make happen. But it's there was previous comments about not many golf carts on the Strand. Well, 81 last year. My staff and beach patrol, the fire department staff, were the ones managing that
once they hit the sand.
Paul,
And if you so choose to adopt a changed ordinance, we'll find a way to do that somehow, but I'll also let you know what it's going to cost. Probably as soon as November. I need help and people out there because it's busy.
Paul, as you read this 90503 that it was redone, do you feel it will narrow down? I mean, I know last year when I said 81, it was 81, but we know that many of those or some of those, and I don't know how many, were rental companies. And I know the rental companies have come to us and said, don't allow our carts on the beach, it ruins them. And I don't know how many of those 81 were rental companies. I have no idea.
There's a lot.
There was a lot? Okay. And they're not set up to go on the beach anyway,
No.
Step one. Step two, they get there and they're in trouble to begin with. When you read this, do you think it narrows it down somewhat comfortably?
Yeah.
As we move forward? Now,
Absolutely.
John, I agree with John too, that I don't know what's going to happen next year as people get this thing and said, oh, I can do this to my golf cart. You know, that worries me too, but does this give you a little more?
As of my knowledge right now, the direct immediate benefit to this is Mr. Hardy. That's the only person I know of. Obviously, he's came to several meetings and been a proponent of finding a solution. So that's certainly respectable. What happens next year? I don't know. Will there be a couple more? Maybe. Will it be a lot? Will it be 80? My guess next year would be no. That was the challenge last year, and it got out of control when it was a every other day occurrence of pulling a golf cart out. And we had several drive around. We had some down towards Bird Island, Little River Inlet stuck. Needed the backhoe that day on a Sunday morning. So there definitely has to be some control of it to prevent some of the challenges we've had in the past.
Now, I'm sorry. In E and F here, where it says they may only travel or cannot stop in the Strand, are those confinements a little bit help out too, do you believe? It says LSVs may not travel further than 11th Street to the east or 37th Street to the west. LSVs cannot stop on the Strand between 3 and 29. Does that help a little bit in your estimation, where you can know where they're going a little bit better?
Yeah, and there was the previous ordinance basically, I think, without having it in front of me, said point to point driving. I don't think there was distance restrictions like this this proposal has. I can almost guarantee you a golf cart is going to stop between 3rd and 29th today. There's that much loose sugar sand out there. So at what point do we say, when I got UTVs and 4-wheel drive pickup trucks getting stuck, at what point does somebody have the authority to say, sorry, they can't come out? That's another thing that's not in there.
So my question is, you're mentioning who's going to pay. Could we add something to the fee schedule for golf cart removal if they're stuck, to maybe incentivize people to be careful as to when and where they take their carts?
Yes, sir, you can add it, but the problem is, who's coming to pull them out? Or are we going to equip our vehicles with tow packages to be able to safely remove these vehicles?
I don't know. The other thing, I think, Mr. Hargraves, your question was alluding to the fact of the golf cart, the specifics on there. Chief Claymore put those, kind of did that research. I didn't do any of that, and I don't know enough about golf carts to know if those, in April when it's hard packed sand, I think it'd be fine. This time of year, I don't know, but there's got to be some, and that's for you all to decide. I've given you the cons to and the challenges we've experienced, and not specific to Mr. Hargett. And I respectfully, tend to agree with him in his specific case and the case he's made before you. I don't disagree with what he's saying. But operationally, for the fire department and beach patrol staff, I'm telling you the challenges of what we've experienced with other folks.
Another question. You said the sand today is horrible. It wouldn't be great for a golf cart to go out there today, no matter if it's Doug's or not. Does that, I'm not familiar with this, but does that happen in cycles, or does that happen, might be one day it's not a great golf cart day, another day maybe a great golf cart day. But I've heard that like June and July are not good golf cart times. That's what I've heard. I don't know.
Since the end of June this year, it's been sugar sand piling up, and Sunset Beach is very fortunate to accrete sand.
Yes, no question.
The amount of rainfall also comes into play.
Since the end of July, or end of June, there's been a lot of wind, a lot of sand, and very little rain. And that's been problematic for our operation. Sunday, when you saw me, I lowered my tire pressure in a 4-wheel drive Tahoe to 20 so I wouldn't get stuck.
Wow.
And it's what we got to do. So then when I come off the beach, I come back to the firehouse and fill them back up. So those operational challenges and things that we adjust to, it's what happens. But we had a little bit of rain the other day, and it helped for about an hour. And there's 12 or 15, 20 inches of sand that's blown up and increased the size of the dune in the emergency lane. But we got a little bit of rain, so it made it a little bit hard pack on the top inch. And as soon as you drive across it sloughs off. For those of you from the north, it's like driving in snow, but you don't slide, you get stuck. There's no slide.
So there's probably no way of saying this would be a good golf cart day, or this is a bad golf cart day, or probably that'd be too
We ain't
much
got no flag system out there
flag system for golf carts.
Before he answers that question, I just want to add, before this was crafted, this potential revision, we discussed the challenges, and one of which is the carts getting stuck all the time. I have an order right now that our SUVs, our Explorers, do not go on the beach train. So I asked some of the folks that are in the golf cart business, what's the best kind of tires that we could do? Is there a certain size? Is this 13-inch, is this good? They said that the best kind of tire is like a balloon style tire, what we have on our surf chairs. And they actually have carts that have those, and that's great, but it's not street legal. So we can't ask an LSV, a low speed vehicle, to put a balloon tire on, because then the DMV is going to say you're absolutely not getting a license plate for that. But they said, yeah, I mean, the bigger the tire really doesn't matter. I mean, you could put a 20-inch tire on it. It's not going to make a difference. It's the width of the tire and the sponginess, I guess, of the tire, which is going to prevent it from getting stuck. And to be able to operate it on the street, no can do.
Well, it's a shame. Someone that's prepared and definitely handicapped, like Mr. Hargett, has to be limited by how many other people take advantage of what he needs and are using these carts illegally, especially when the young kids are out there racing up and down the beach. What is our fine? Do we have a fine specifically for golf carts?
I think it's a violation of 9503, I believe, is $50.
I think it should be higher for that.
Yeah.
I don't know what we do. I mean,
well, this does not propose to allow all the golf carts. This would only be the modified.
With
the handicap.
With the handicap side. So.
But that doesn't keep, say somebody's here with their family and they have a relative that's handicapped and has everything done properly to take that golf cart on the beach, and while they're having lunch or taking a nap or whatever, one of the kids jumps on that, takes it on the beach. And you know they're going to, the relative is going to say that nobody gave them permission to do that. Well, there's got to be a punishment that fits the crime.
And that incident would only happen if the handicapped person was on the beach strand. They would only be able to get on the beach strand if they were on the cart. So, but that instance could definitely happen once on the beach strand.
I haven't been on the new handicap ramps yet. Certainly seen them from the beach, but could somebody in a golf cart, say, go on 40th Street and take that on?
Not legally.
No. Well, we're talking about people doing things illegally.
Yeah.
But that could be done, and they wouldn't have to worry about.
I'm not sure. And
People who are going to do illegal things are going to do it regardless.
That's pretty much what I was saying.
Then we have beach patrol out there, and we have other observers to notice if something blatantly illegal is going on.
Another thing, you're talking about a fine or a fee or whatever for this. If we go through a permit, if the council does this and it goes through a permit process, and it can be, I mean, it's as simple as if they violate it, they pull a permit. That's it. I mean, it's no different than driving a car. You know, if you do something, you pull a permit, then them people can't get out there no more.
Correct.
The permit should be visibly, you know, they'd have to show it, or, you know, and I know over time people would know. I mean, they'd know Mr. Harvard, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but you would know him, or if it was another one, you know, because like I said, it should not be a bunch of them. But if it is, then it would be addressed. But as far as violations, taking a permit ends that.
You're correct.
We don't have to go through money or nothing. It doesn't have to go that far. It can end it in one thing. That's what laws are supposed to be about. So.
My concern is, from what we just heard from the two chiefs, and from my own experiences recently of walking down on the beach. I mean, the blowing sand is really something. I mean, if you walk down any of the walkways down there, you'll find them. They've been just cleaned up, and by the next day they're all covered up with sand again. And my concern is that with these modifications, there's no guarantee that they won't get stuck. And from what the chiefs just told me about four-wheel drive vehicles being stuck and the UTVs being stuck, I don't know how we prevent that from happening with your golf cart. I heard you say that in the 11 years, I think you said in the 11 years that you've made the modifications that you've never gotten stuck, but that seems to be hard to believe when you hear that the UTVs are getting stuck and that there's four-wheel drive vehicles being stuck too. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it.
No problem. Go ahead.
You're right.
You need, please get.
Yeah.
So just get close to the mic.
The mic's the key.
Sorry. To respond to your question, you're right. I went to, I'm telling you the truth, 11 years I've never been stuck.
Okay.
I've had carts for 30 years, 34 years. I've been a resident for 43, but only 34 have I been disabled. I've had carts that were not like the cart I have now. I learned the hard way because I did have carts that did get stuck. I'm an expert at it. And there have been times when I've gone down to the gate and decided it doesn't look good today. Someone made a good comment about rain. Rain's a good thing for it. All I can tell you is, never gotten stuck. I did get intimidated one time and just said I'm not going to try it that day. I've had other carts that did get stuck. So that's, and one other thing, 81 permits does not mean
81 people on the beach at the same time.
Yes, sir.
I understand that. Yes.
Yeah, question.
One other comment then, would it be, not necessarily for you,
Okay.
Doug, but would it be reasonable that a call has to be made, either the police department, fire department, somewhere to get the gate open? That police department, fire department have the authority to say beach conditions are not appropriate for taking a handicapped golf cart out there today. Please try again tomorrow. And then
You would need to add that.
somebody, okay, but somebody would have to answer the phone, obviously, but somebody has to come answer the phone to go to the gate.
Yeah, a couple things about phone calling, opening the gate. I don't think we would have any problem with Mr. Hargett about if he came up to the gate and wanted to go for a ride on the beach, and I said,
Not a ride. Just get a wind ride.
going to your location.
Yes, sir.
I stand correct. But I don't think if I say, hey, the sand is not good today, I don't think he's going to argue. I don't think we're going to have that issue. Do I think somewhere in there needs to be tweaked with a little bit of authority for the fire chief or a fire department representative or a police department representative to say no go today? Yes. I don't. The challenges we had with golf carts, does this ordinance fix them all? I don't know. There's modifications that are listed in there for a golf cart. Time always tells, I guess. Can we have 81 roaming across the sand next summer? It's going to be an awful challenge. Because this year, and I had a whole list of things. If anybody asked me to come up and review the last couple of weeks of the beach, and the busyness of the beach is busier and busier. The other challenge is prior to restricting or removing this ordinance last fall or the end of last year, the process was supposed to be for somebody that had a permit to take a golf cart on the beach to call the police department. Well, if it was the weekend and police officer forgot to forward the phone to a cell phone and they didn't get the phone call, so then we'd have golf carts lining up at the gazebo, and then people would be yelling at beach patrol. So some of these clear operational things need to be tweaked and improved to make it successful. Mr. Hargett can be the test pilot for the new ordinance if you so choose to enact this new revised thing. But where it goes from there, I don't know.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
We don't want to do anything to make it harder for the fire department, the beach patrol, or the police department. They certainly have challenges they've never met before. And looking forward to the chief's end of season report in September. But in riding out there with the chief or one of the assistant chiefs, when the beach is crowded, you can't see what's going on the other side of the cabanas. And with that being said, I second Jamie's motion.
All right. Do I have any more discussion? Not all of it. Go ahead.
I would like to propose an amendment
Okay, go ahead.
that would give the authority for the police, fire department, who had the authority, who had the responsibility to open a gate, to make go, no-go decisions on the conditions of the, whether the beach could support golf carts. That be amenable?
And the second one you talked about was better communication. How do they let you know to open the gate and how to make that work so it's easier for both of you?
That's operational. You don't need to put that in.
They don't put that? Okay, good. Okay,
That's
fine.
All right.
that's not statute.
So the motion's on the floor, second's on the floor. No more discussion, unless anybody has any discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Let's move on to new business.
Mayor, can we take a couple of seconds?
Yeah, a couple of seconds, 2 minutes. Yeah, 2. Y'all gotta go. I got 2 jobs going on. Let's roll. Call this meeting back to order. Next up is our new business. Consideration public hearing, Article 7, Chapter 97, 99 temporary uses. Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, so this is to schedule a town-initiated text amendment public hearing scheduling for the September 20th meeting at 9 o'clock. This is a report to modify the Town of Sunset Beach's Unified Development Ordinance by merging the UDO and Town Code regarding temporary and special events within the Town of Sunset Beach. On July 11th, staff sought out direction from Town Council to take a text amendment to address the contradicting codes in the ordinances that will exist between the UDO and the Town of Sunset Beach's General Code. During the 11th, Town Council unanimously approved the direction for staff to take a text amendment to the Planning Board addressing temporary events. This text amendment will amend Article 7, Supplemental Regulations, Section 7.31. Temporary uses planning staff is addressing any parking issues by language in Article 9, Performance Standards, Section 9.09. Each event will need to provide a parking plan demonstrating adequate parking will be available, along with the parking plan if private parking is proposed and want to be used. In the event, the applicant will need to provide a signed letter to the property owners or owner. Staff is also adding language to allow special sales and temporary markets for more than 7 consecutive days and 2 consecutive weekends, adding 26 total days of a year for annual events and repeating scheduled events not more than 26 days in a calendar year on a weekly basis. The town's general code brought up multiple department heads to comment and address each event, and that sought after a permit to operate, such as the police and fire department. I think the police department was pretty heavily in that process, if I'm not mistaken, Ken, on temporary events when it comes to markets in the park and markets on private property and so on. Each event that sought a permit to operate with the UDO having a TRC procedure, adding language that the UDO administrator will be reviewing the temporary events, significantly temporary markets may be, actually it's not maybe anymore, it shall be reviewed by the TRC procedure for completeness and compliances with the ordinance. For the events in the park, a reference to make sure the park rules are applied in Chapter 99 of the Town Code. Also, lastly, the UDO administrator will have the power to revoke a temporary use permit if standards of this article are not maintained after the issuance of a permit. So the language we're adding in there, Section 7.31 in temporary uses, under D3C, in accordance with Article 9 Performance Standards, Section 9.09, off-street parking space requirements. I'm adding 1, a signed letter from the property owner or designee shall be required if the required parking, event parking is on private property. And 7 in the temporary use table.
On that one?
Yeah.
In our earlier discussions or previous experience with the park, for the private business owners, if they only gave partial approval to park, they had to provide a map showing what area was approved or what was not approved.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Okay.
All right.
And that will still apply.
Pardon?
And that will still apply.
Okay, we don't need to have that written in this regulation.
Mm-mm.
Okay, okay.
Either way.
Yeah, either way.
We can enforce it.
Yeah. Number 7, special sales and temporary flea markets. The way it's written now, technically it's limited to 7 consecutive days or 2 consecutive weekends. We would be doing 7 consecutive days, 2 consecutive weekends are for annual events or repeating scheduled events, not more than 26 calendar days in a calendar year held on a weekly basis. In 8D6E, special sales and temporary markets shall be reviewed by the UDO administrator and shall be reviewed using the TRC procedure for completeness and compliance with the ordinance. We would also be adding E, the removal of the permit. The UDO administrator shall have authority to review the temporary use permit issued under the guidelines of this article if the standards of this article are not maintained. And then F, any temporary permitted, any events permitted in the Sunset Beach Town Park must meet the standards contained in Chapter 99 of the Town Code.
Chad, just a quick question. On page 5 there, where you have the little e under the town council is by formal action, does that fit there? You're going from talking about real estate office or temporary dwellings or something like that to special sales or temporary markets shall be reviewed. Do you understand?
Back at page 77.
Yes, the town council has the formal action designate such area as redevelopment area as a disaster area within.
And you
we
go to
can
markets
add-
after that.
Yeah, we can add it as 7. You just want to make sure that they will be maintained. I can modify that to maintain it. Goes through the TRC process.
Okay, that's where, yeah.
So it should be 7?
It should be 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So again,
And Mr. Mayor, this is just to clean up all of the confusion that we've been dealing with since April, and we're just asking for a public hearing to be scheduled for September 20th at 9 a.m.
Yeah. What's the pleasure of council in regards to setting the public hearing?
We set a public hearing Tuesday, September 20th, 2022 at 9 a.m.
I second.
All right. More discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
All right. Next up, consider public hearing Article 6, MB2 District Setback. Go ahead, Chad.
again, we're here to schedule a public hearing to amend and modify Article 6, the zoning district, Section 6.06E, MB2, Mainland Mixed Use District. This is a town-initiated text amendment. Over the past few months, staff has continued to have conversations with elected officials, developers, real estate agents to continue to hear needs, wants, concerns, and problems consistently found in the Unified Development Ordinance. During the month of June, staff met with owners, citizen elected officials to discuss the MB2 Mainland Mixed Use District. During the conversations, meetings with staff was asked to revive and rewrite the MB or look at modifying the MB2 zoning district to come up with ways that the zoning district would be less restrictive while keeping the intent of Sunset Beach in mind. Upon staff's review, staff has come up with a few minor changes to the MB2 zoning district setback that would allow a more user-friendly corridor along Sunset Beach Boulevard. Currently, the front yard setback is 40 feet. Moving it to 25 feet would be staff's goal. The 25 feet would represent a front yard setback that would meet the intentions and meetings and conversations that has been kept and that has been had, and to keep the 25-foot Brunswick County utility easement intact. Staff also compared zoning districts with the MB1 district, which has a 5-foot setback restriction. Staff is moving the 15-foot greenward, with the MB2 zoning district being the overlay district, landscape, and inside what requirements are addressed, and removes any the redundancy. In Appendix A, definitions, it defines greenward as the following. Greenward's an open space that will run to the front property setback abutting any street right away. With the utility easement that runs in front of MB2 zoning district and the overlay district, it keeps the intent of what the greenward is trying to accomplish while removing it. The rear yard setback has proposed from 20-foot setback to a 15-foot setback requirement. This keeping room for landscaping requirements to be enforced by Article 10. Staff did not amend any of the articles detail landscape or parking. Staff has found both articles satisfactory during the reviews and the meeting that were held. Any questions?
Questions from council regarding this?
No.
All right.
No.
Do I have a motion? We set a public hearing.
I move we set the public hearing.
I'll second it.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Add to the next one will be adding permitted uses to MR3.
Correct. Again, scheduling a public hearing for September 20th. This is the general description. This is a citizen-initiated text amendment by Riptide Builders to amend and modify Article 6, Zoning District, Section 6.04, Table of Permitted and Special Uses. Riptide Builders, LLC has submitted a text amendment to amend Article 6, Table Uses, Section 6.04, Table of Permitted Special Uses, and Article 7, Supplemental Regulations, adding Section 7.0, Section Neighborhood with Mixed Uses. Planning staff has had multiple meetings and conversations with Riptide Builders LLC, Community Plan Relations Director Todd Rademacher on a text amendment that would allow uses such as the following in the MR3 zoning district: real estate office, professional neighborhood services, property maintenance building, restaurant, brewery, bottle shop, coffee shop, wine shop, ice cream shop, bookstore, and private library. The uses are currently interpreted that the table uses in the current UDO. Mr. Rocker, on behalf of Riptide Builders, has proposed to add supplemental regulations to each use in the MR3 to keep the harmony and residential name of the zoning district protected. We would be adding language in the moving. So want to clarify that restaurants, coffee shops, wine shops, ice cream shops are deemed restaurants. So we would be, they are proposing in the table there, in 6.04 that I provided for you, real estate sales and management offices in a separate building would be moving a special use permit with standards to a permitted by right with standards. Professional neighborhood services to not allowed at all to a permit with standards. Storage facility, and our UDO defines storage facility is not a facility to store your stuff in. It is a storage facility for storage of materials, goods, and stuff like that on said property. As a not a use at all to a permit with standards. Restaurants move from special use to a permit with standards. Bookstore as not a use at all to a permitted by right with standards, and libraries not allowed at all to a permitted by right with standards. Also, the adding 7.37 to the Article 7, neighborhood mixed uses. Neighborhoods mixed uses may be allowed pursuant of the table 6.04, provided that they adhere to the following requirements. Allowable in neighborhoods of 54 holes of golf. All commercial requirements shall be met for any proposed use. C, minimum 1 acre lot size except for storage facilities, which may meet the minimum lot size requirements in the MR3 zoning district. D, shall have a street frontage on Clubhouse Road, Avenue of Champions, Sunset Boulevard, Angels Trace Road, Shoreline Drive, Rice Mill Road, and Old Point Road. Drive-through services are not permitted. And then the minimum distance of 25 feet from any single-family residential lot line. I also want to bring light to F, minimum distance from any 25 single-family residential lot line. In the planning board meeting last Thursday, it was brought up that their intent was going to be residential lot line, and that was questioned in the minutes. That was at the meeting where this was approved to come before you for a scheduled public hearing back in June. I want to clarify that I did go back and watch the video multiple times. Mr. LeBruno did make a motion to add the language for residential lot line. Chairman Larkin then turned to me to help out with the language of that, and I read back as follows: minimum distance of 25 feet from any single family residential lot line. Mr. Bruno agreed, and then the chairman, then ultimately the planning board decided to vote this at a three person against and one abstained, and the one abstained was the chairman, Larkin, as the against vote. So I do wanted to clear that up, and I told the planning board I would do so. And again, we're here to start this public hearing for September 20th.
So are you saying that the planning board did not approve that, or?
No, they did approve it.
Oh, they did?
They had a question when it came to the minutes of what they approved. And I told him I would clarify that to you, what they approved and their intentions were.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to scheduling a public meeting here?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next up be the set a public hearing for a 2017 land use plan amendment. Again, Chad, you.
This is to again schedule a public hearing for September 20th to amend and modify Chapter 9, the land use classification map 9.1. This is a citizen-initiated text amendment on behalf of China Way Corporate Development and Riptide Builders. Chinaway Corporate Development LLC and Riptide Builders has submitted a text amendment to amend the Town of Sunset Beach's 2017 Land Use Plan, Chapter 9, Future Land Use Mass Classification Map, Map 9.1. Planning staff has had multiple meetings and conversations with Riptide Builders, LLC, community planner, public relations staff member Todd Rademacher on a text amendment that would modify the land use classification map to map 9.1. This is the tract that is adjacent to not only the existing Champions building, but also the Jonesburg Clubhouse and the Convention Center. I will draw your attention to the maps right here, as it is.
What page is that?
Which one?
I don't have the
Which one?
agenda packet, so
Show me. Hold it
the
up
map that looks
slowly.
like this.
Okay.
Sorry.
At page 133? Is that the one that looks like yours?
At least, yeah. So it looks like this.
Yeah. Yeah, 133.
137.
Well,
Oh, wait a
it's
minute.
also 137 pretty much, yes. 137 is bigger, so go ahead.
So I want to be clear on this. This is going to feel like a rezoning of land. However, it is not a rezoning. We are not rezoning the MR3 zoning district to anything. This is by definition of the land use plan, not the UDO, that this is a reclassification of land. This is what the land use plan projects the land to be, how it to be used. So again, they're looking to, as proposed, as it is classified now as recreational. That's this map right here. They are proposing it with no addition, with no changes to the text, to what this map would look like, with the northern part being high density residential and the southern part of that parcel being mixed use residential. So as we go forward and think about this and prepare ourselves for this September 20th meeting, I want to make clear that this is not a rezoning. This is a reclassification of land. It would just be amending the map in Chapter 9, Map 9.1 in the land use plan. And again, we're scheduling a public hearing for September the 20th.
Just for clarification, this map on page 138,
Yes.
the brown part, track 2D 511,
Yes.
that's the recreational area that would be high density?
Yeah, so that's
and that's essentially expanding Champions?
Yeah, so all that is that is a site plan that was submitted by the applicant to define how I went to the GIS or had the GIS maps changed to reflect exactly what they were wanting. So that's only a site plan for that tract of what they officially wanted coming out of the planning board meeting.
That comes out clear. The green part, maybe color brown here, that's track 2C, 10 acres, and that's the mixed use, which theoretically that's where a hotel would go. When we
It
got
would
to
be
that
mixed
particular-
use with the top part being high density residential. So the mixed use would favor something as a hotel, more your commercial development. The top part would be more for your high density residential, for your multifamily development.
What's the pleasure of council in regards to putting this on a public hearing?
So moved.
I'll second.
All right. Any more discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you, Chad. Next up will be the Board of Adjustment member term expirations. The Board of Adjustment has two positions with the term expiration dates of May the 22nd. Council has requested to authorize the clerk to notify the current members, advertise the position, schedule interviews with applicants. Any member of council have any questions in regards to this?
No.
Not, do I have or do we even need a motion for this? We just need a
Yes,
direction.
please.
Yeah.
A motion, give her direction to go ahead and do this.
I'll so move.
All right, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up is where we added at the beginning. It'll be for the North Carolina Coastal Resources Commission. Have been seeking a nomination, and I think we have a nomination for that. As all council looked over this, and just who y'all like to nominate for this committee.
Yes.
Mr. John Farrell.
I'd like to make a motion that we nominate John Farrell for the Coastal Resources Advisory Council.
So a second.
All right.
Sorry.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next up is our disposition of directives. For the 20th meeting, we have the public hearing for Article 7, 9799, public hearing for Article 6, MB2, public hearing MR3 uses, and the public hearing for the 2017 land use plan, along with the cellular towers near the water tower discussion, paid parking discussion, and the NCDOT Calabash River guy will be coming to speak of that. Is there anything else that needs to be added to the agenda?
Possibly the Board of Adjustment appointments.
Anything else, council?
Not at this time.
All right. Not. Moving on to public comments. Does anyone have any public comments at this time? All right. Nobody left. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
No discussion. All in favor?
Aye.